Welcome to the International Academic Conference of 2020 Changwon Sculpture Biennale. My name is Lee Jae-geol and I'm delighted to serve as the MC for this conference. This conference is co-organized by Changwon Cultural Foundation and Arts and Media Society under the theme of non-sculptural discourse and contemporary sculpture, which is a theme near and dear to all of us. And for this, 10 speakers and discussants will actively participate throughout several sessions. Please do note that in light of the COVID-19 pandemic, we're holding this conference in a virtual and contactless manner. Therefore, the videos that you'll be watching on the event day, which is October 28th, have been pre-recorded. And please do also note that detailed programs and the topics of presentations, as well as speakers' informations, are uploaded on our website, so you can check for further information on our website. Now, with that, I would like to start the 2020 Changwon Sculpture Biennale's academic conference. And for this, I have the honor of introducing to you Mr. Kim Bum-soo, President of Arts and Media Society, who will be officially opening this conference. My name is Kim Bum-soo, President of Arts and Media Society. I would like to express my warm welcome to all of you who have shown their interest and are currently participating in the Changwon Sculpture Biennale 2020's academic conference. Allow me to also thank Mr. Ho Sang-moo, President of Changwon Cultural Foundation, Mr. Hwang Moo-hyun, Head of Steering Committee of this Sculpture Biennale, also the co-organizer of this event, Mr. Kim Sung-ho, Creative Director, Mr. Lee Jae-bar, Academic Director of Art and Media Society. Thank you all. Also, for those who are participating in this Biennale as speakers, discussants, and many other experts in the academic and cultural and art circles from home and abroad, thank you so much for your precious time, and I'm very happy to meet you all. The theme of this academic conference is non-sculpture discourse and contemporary sculpture, which is jointly organized by Art and Media Society and Changwon Cultural Foundation as a way to share experience and wisdom to create new opportunities and possibilities of the future. We hope that this collaboration project will serve as an opportunity to expand exchanges amongst experts from home and abroad and become the groundwork for more meaningful projects to come out in the future. Once again, thank you to all the participants for your valuable time, and also my special thanks go out to those who have worked so hard to put this event together. I hope all of you will find the conference meaningful and fruitful. With that, let me open the 2020 Changwon Sculpture Biennale's International Academic Conference. Thank you, Mr. Kim Bum-soo, President of the Arts and Media Society, for opening this conference. Moving on, I would like to invite Mr. Hwang Moo-hyun, Head of the Steering Committee of the Sculpture Biennale, for his warm welcome words. Hello all, my name is Hwang Moo-hyun, Head of the Steering Committee of Changwon Sculpture Biennale 2020. Allow me to welcome and thank those participating in the International Academic Conference of this Biennale. I look forward to hearing your insights, which no doubt will contribute to the success of this Biennale of 2020. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Hwang Moo-hyun, Head of the Steering Committee, for your words. Moving on, I would like to invite Mr. Lee Soo-hong, member of Changwon Sculpture Biennale Operation Committee, who's also the former president of the Art and the Media Society. Hello, everyone. I am Lee Soo-hong, member of Changwon Sculpture Biennale 2020 Operation Committee and the former president of Arts and Media Society, and I'm currently a professor at Hongik University. First of all, congratulations to the opening of the 2020 Changwon Sculpture Biennale's International Academic Conference, and I look forward to seeing great outcomes of this. I would like to recognize the hard work of all the staff behind the event, and please do understand that I am not able to thank each and every one of you. The theme of this
이번
conference is
컨퍼런스의
non-sculpture
주제인
discourse and
기조가
contemporary sculpture,
당당함과 현대
which
조각은
embodies an experimental
전통적인
attempt to go
도마의 형식을
beyond the
넘어
traditional form of
새로운
sculpture
예술적
and lead
논의를
to a
이끌어내려
new
하는
and
실험적인
artistic
시도라고
discussions
합니다.
on this era.
오늘날 세계가
Globally, we now
언택트
live
일상을
in the
경험하고 있고
unchecked or the contact-less
예술이
society,
일상과
and
분리될
given
지
that
않기
arts are
때문에
not isolated from our daily
경험하지
lives,
못한 새로운
contemplating
방법을
a
조각의
new,
연구에서
unprecedented way
가능합니다.
of doing things in sculpture
의미
can
있는
definitely lead to a
담론이
meaningful
형성되리라
discourse.
믿습니다.
I would like to
어려운
thank the 10
상황에서도
speakers
발제에
participating
참여하시는
from Korea and abroad,
국내외
even in the
수빈이
midst of all these
발제자들께도
difficulties that we are
감사드립니다.
faced with. I truly
여러분의
hope that your
연구
research
결과가
work will bear great
좋은
results
성과로
and thus contribute
조각
to the
학술계에
development of the
기여되기를
sculptural
기대합니다.
community. Thank you all.
감사합니다.
That was a greeting remark from Mr. Lee Soo-hong, one of the members of the Operation Committee of the Biennale and former president of Korean Society of Art and Media. Now, Mr. Kim Sung-ho, artistic director of Changwon Sculpture Biennale 2020, will take the podium to give a keynote address on the theme and the meaning of this year's theme. Good afternoon. My name is Kim Sung-ho, Artistic Director of the Changwon Sculpture Biennale 2020. Since the successful launch of the very first Changwon Sculpture Biennale in 2012, after holding the Munshin International Sculpture Symposium in 2010, we are delighted to celebrate the 10 years of the Biennale with its fifth installment this year. The Changwon Sculpture Biennale 2020 proposes non-sculpture, light or flexible as this year's theme. A sculpture biennale to showcase non-sculptures? Yes, that is correct. Here, non-sculpture is quite self-explanatory, something that is not a sculpture. Even though it is not so easy, you will see that this keyword is the outcome as well as the process of a sculptor's self-denial. Think about it. If you deny your very self, you come to accept that things that are different from you are now the same as you. Here, the concept includes various objects, nature, energy, art, and many more that are non-sculptural. In brief, the non-sculpture encompasses all sculptures of any form beyond the conventional, large-size, rigid, and solid sculpture with which many of us are familiar. As hinted by the Biennale theme, this concept embraces all sculptures, including those that are light or flexible. The non-sculpture is another way of describing the modern sculpture that is transboundary or expansion of sculpture in the history of art. In final, the hidden meaning of non-sculpture is similar to something like a diverse sculpture. There was a simpler word than non-sculpture. Why? Then the Biennale would choose this rather perplexing and ambiguous word to describe this year's theme. That is why we invited 20 experts from home and abroad to listen to their insight and opinions about this topic. We hope you will reflect on the meaning of this year's Biennale while immersing yourselves in the fierce debate that would happen among the 10 speakers and 10 debaters. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kim Sang-ho, for the keynote speech. Mr. Kim is the Artistic Director of Changwon Sculpture Biennale 2020. Now, we're going to go and listen to the 10 speakers. First off, we would like to invite Professor Cho Kyung-jin of Jungang University. Professor Cho is going to deliver a talk under the theme of aesthetic implication of non-sculptural sculpture, translating crowds mediated with Latour. Hello, my name is Cho
네, 발제를
Kyung-jin.
맡은
As you
조경진이라고
see,
합니다.
the title of my
저는
presentation is Aesthetic
보시는 것 같이
Implications of
비정학적 조각의
Non-Sculptural
미학적
Sculpture,
함의
Translating
라툴을 내게
Crowds
크라우스를
Mediated with
번역하기
Latour.
라는 주제로 발제를 시작할까 합니다.
This is the table of contents. I will start with a simple
네,
introduction,
목차는
then
보시는
the
바와
implications
같이
of the process
간단히처럼
non-sculpture and its
크라우스의
and finally,
비조각과 그
I will
함이
suggest art as a
마지막으로
network as an
네트워크 존재로서의
alternative.
예술 하나의
As you can
대안이
see
되시는
in the
것입니다.
slide, I will tell you
그러면,
about the proceedings and the purpose
발제문의
of my
목적과
presentation.
절차를
It's all
간단히
prepared here on
소개하도록
the slide.
하겠습니다. 준비가 되어 있는데요.
It's impossible to sufficiently define sculpture as nature or essence, and despite this, it's true that the history of modern sculpture itself is considered as a process of medium and alliance of sculpting and non-sculpting elements, and that the mediating process gave birth to a variety of sculptural beings. This review delves into these as well as how the term non-sculptural sculpture was able to obtain a productive meaning today. Now, on the procedures. It's all written there, so I'm going to read that out loud. This review will take an in-depth look at Rosalind Krauss's theory of postmodern sculpture as a precedent discussion on non-sculpture and translate it from the perspectives of Bruno Latour's argument and the actor network theory, or ANT. My conclusions will be that, first, sculpture is a network through the alliance of sculptural and non-sculptural things, even before the advent of the postmodernistic hybrid forms. And second, the process of purification to clearly differentiate one from the other ironically leads to the hybrid mediating process of the two, which brings about the expansion of the network itself. And lastly, a rapid expansion in hybrid forms points to the need to develop an alternative model to reflect the voices of these beings. Such an alternative model is the concept of an art as a translation, which refers to the ANT's notion of translation. Now, when we hear the word non-sculpture, we're bound to think of Krauss's Sculpture in the Expanded Field, the paper's title, and the points raised there is something that we're bound to think about. Let's first take a look at the gist of her messages and implications, and then see what kind of advanced discussions we can derive from there. First of all, Krauss's points can be summarized as follows. Krauss lays out precise diagram of the cultural framework and its scope, structure, and logical expanded field in which objects that cannot be described as conventional sculptures nor in the traditional sense can be justified. The essence is the following. Modern sculpture was characterized as condition of pure negativity as it sought for pure autonomy excluding fully independent of others. Whereas postmodern objects face a different situation from the logical space of modernism, which is characterized by double negativity. In other words, these objects do not exist in relation to sculpture as a medium, but they're produced within the expanded logical workings of the cultural domain or groups to which the both sculpture and non-sculptural terms. In his paper, Krauss already predicts what the future discourse on the medium will be, and he clarifies that in the postmodern practices in an expanded logical space, different media can be used together free from the limit of medium specificity. As a result, what used to be outside the existing cultural eyes and norms, such as strange monsters and unknown affiliation objects, are given a logically legitimate cultural roots. One thing to note when studying Krauss is that the expansion that Krauss refers to is not, strictly speaking, the expansion of the sculpture itself. Rather, it's the dissolution of the medium theory that it depends on the medium specificity and the expansion of the logical framework and space that allows the relationship between cultural domains and cultural objects to be recognized. In other words, sculpture does not lie in an independent space, but it is already in a close relationship with other non-sculptural terms in the cultural realm. For example, Joel Shapiro's sculpture faithfully follows the conditions of non-landscape and non-architecture conceptually, but on the other hand, if we get down to the specifics, it's inseparable from the architecture or landscape on which it's placed or located. A good example is the Dan Graham's work. In short, Krauss is talking about the structural network space and its expansion of the cultural domain that includes not just sculpture but also non-sculptural.
두 가지 정도로
domain.
요약할 수 있습니다. 첫째,
Krauss's logic
연관된
has
것인데,
some
첫째,
implications which can be
수주성과
summarized
자율성을
in
추구할수록
2
오히려
points,
텅빈
I believe.
내부와 부정성의
First,
윤곽만 남게
the more
되었다.
sculpture seeks purity and autonomy, only the negative
두
outline and the
번째,
empty
조각의 내적
interior
소진은
remain.
오히려 외적 확장을
Number
가져왔다.
two, internal exhaustion of the sculpture brought about an external expansion. The more the inner realm is purified, that is, more logical relationship between terms in the cultural space becomes clear, the more diverse hybrids could be made. In simpler terms, when terms are separated, these terms can finally combine and form new hybrids. If there is only one whole, then various hybrids cannot possibly appear. This is a very simple logic that we all understand.
우리가 조각이라 이건 논리적인 문제이긴 한데.
Again, it's a very natural logic.
할수 있어야
Only when we can specify
조각적이 아닌
what's
것이라고 말하는
sculptural, we can then specify what's non-sculptural.
근데 이건 당연한 논리입니다.
Sculptural.
우리가
And only
조각적인
when
것들을
these
한정할 수 있어야지만
separations and definitions become clear, hybrids between sculpture and non-sculpture can be created or formulated. This is a logical conclusion. Now, I accept the implications and consequences of Krauss' argument. Nonetheless, we can also expand a bit further from this argument of Krauss. Now, one of the things that I want to talk about here is that the expansion that Krauss mentions does not just apply to the postmodernistic practices. Rather, it's a nature of sculpture as a network and the basic principle of existence and process of sculpture that have been evolved at least from sculptures of the modern era. Let me give you a few examples. First, if you look at the traditional sculpture monument, it consists of 3 components, such as sculpture, pedestal, and environment or place. This is a network in and of itself already, and in other words, a sculpture is created through the alliance between sculpture and non-sculpture together. Next example is Brancusi's work titled The Cock, the representative abstract modern sculpture. The traditional 3 component, namely sculpture, pedestal, and place, is replaced in this work by the pedestal that's basically absorbing as a form of sculpture itself, and this is what Krauss is saying. But if you look at it from a different angle, it can be seen as an attempt to conceal, in some ways, the fact that a sculpture is being created through the combination process between sculpture and non-sculpture. Next example is Dave Smith's work titled QB. This is also the work of artist that Greenberg praised as the best modern sculptor. Now, for example, this work also draws its sources from non-artistic areas. So, unlike traditional materials such as bronze and marble, this work is made of the industrial materials such as steel, glass, plastic, and celluloid alloy. And this work also employs methods of craftsman and welder, not of artist. So that's something to notice. Finally, Naum Gabo's linear construction, which is a modern abstract sculpture. This work too draws its sources from scientific realm, not from artistic or sculptural realm. And as is well known, the direction of those lines that you see in the slide is not just a simple line. It expresses the atoms or particles' motion, movement, and the directions. Looking at these examples that I introduced to you, And using Latour's insights, we can say the following. Cultural purification paradoxically takes place by mediating non-sculptural things, or purification of sculpture only equally leads to creation of non-sculpture hybrids. In addition, although more complex and more diverse mediated realms can arise, the more we become aware of the distinct separation between sculpture and non-sculpture, and at the same time, the more we recognize the mediated hybrids between them, the more these hybrids will be able to clearly own their place. However, these hybrids will be difficult to grasp with a simple structural logic, that of Krauss. Again, Krauss has relatively simple terms that can be combined and expanded into one cultural space. And as you know, Krauss has structure of the three terms, the landscape and the architecture, as the area of sculpture and non-sculpture, but our theory is valid only if it is limited to relatively simple terms, and this is particular structure of the network. But because an extremely complicated hybrids and mediation is taking place in the contemporary art, Krauss's rather simple terms are not sufficient to explain it all. Therefore, I suggest that we need an alternative.
예술이나 예술 행위를 하나의 네트워크적인 것으로 받아들인다고 했을 때
Now, when we accept art or artistic action as a network, the question here is, can these existing discourse structures of Krauss cover the existence of such a network that we're seeing today? And when the network becomes very complex and complicated, can Krauss arguments still be valid? Those are the questions. If you look at Pierre Huguet's work After a Life Ahead, which was launched in 2017, this artist uses an abandoned ice link and uses microbes, chemicals, animals, humans, buildings, and various technological objects to create a place where they exist and resonate together at one place. Now, can such a complex hybrid and the concepts such as technical support truly be covered by the post-medium discourse? To this question, I say no. So as a container to hold such complex hybrid networks, I propose alternative, which is an art as translation model. This model understands art as a network, a process of construction, and at the same time, an act of translation. To put it simple, translation is a process of forming a network which is well aligned with the common interests of actors. And I believe the same can be applied to art or artistic actions. According to Latour, translation is a process for two or more disparate stakeholders to create a new network through circumvention, mobilization, and registration with an aim to establish a merged goal. Likewise, according to this point of view, artistic activities are not exclusive property of the artist, but rather is translated as a process of forming a network that satisfies the interests of all human and non-human actors involved in artistic activities. This will provide a way to thoroughly understand artistic behavior between humans, non-human objects and materials, and society. So, if we see scientific activities as a translation activity or a network construction process, artistic activities can also be seen as a process in which actors who are woven into a network create a work, action, or a network together. Now, I'd like to read the conclusion and briefly and finish my talk. Krauss argues that if the concept of medium specificity is a place that supports the controversial unity of reductionist modernism, on the contrary, the technical support is a place requested by discursive coherence of postmodernism that declares that the concept of medium is no longer useful. According to this approach, the concept of translation that I propose will meet the discursive coherence requirement, which is called upon by the images of a network age. If we were to acknowledge the effectiveness Krauss's concept of technical, we can expand the meaning of technical to eventually mean technique of translation. If we equate the ability to handle technical support with excellent work, we can also call the excellence in translation technique and more solid and coherent construction of a network skill can become the criteria for excellence work. Thank you all. Thank you, Professor Cho, for your presentation for the first session. Professor Cho shared his insights on Krauss's expanded concept of sculpture and Bruno Latour's ANT concept, which stands for actor network theory. And also he dealt with the concept of art as translation model. So his presentation helped us see the direction that sculpture today should head towards. Now, on this presentation, we are going to hear a question from Henrik, who is also a participating artist to the Biennale of this year. Now let's hear from Henrik.
I work as a gatherer, the artist as a gatherer and medium, in which materials go through a transformation, a process, metamorphosis. Dag Hammarskjöld wrote, "You are the lens in the beam. You can only receive, give, and possess the light as the lens does. If you seek yourself, you rob the lens of its transparency. You will know life and be acknowledged by it according to your degree of transparency, your capacity, that is, to vanish as an end and remain purely as a means." The gatherer is different than the collector. The process becomes the concept, and the concept becomes the process, where volume and form take shape and find place only to disperse in a dance of temporary entropy. Second life. As a result of a creative process, an investigation about form and content, volume and concept, multiplication and refraction of meaning. Living and recovered materials, such as wood, paper, glass, crystals, cut and cut up paper and images and pigments, contribute to the creation of works that allow the viewer to immerse in a landscape organized as a self-sufficient ecosystem that, by suggesting new forms, creates new contents, where every element becomes part of a whole. Something now leaves me. Something goes from me to meet that figure who is coming. Virginia Woolf said that. Imagine an earthquake where all the objects in a museum are destroyed. Reconstruct, rebuild from the scattered pieces, shards and dust, new objects without history and meaning, process and form, metamorphosis of meaning and form. Second life, first place. Assembling parts, pieces, to create new systems of reference relating to the meanings and aesthetics they originally had. Now enriched with additional semantics, while at the same time reflect the complexity of the creative gesture. Ultimately, the matter is shaped and transferred through different media. All the elements are commuting back and forth, regularly concurring and eventually overlaying meanings. Nothing can be isolated. Everything mutate, as when volcanic magma erupts. The process is a compost, the layering of meaning and material. Jens Sonnerid writes in the Compost Manifesto, "The compost is hungry. It doesn't care about edges, disinformation, or the mind-body problem. It just wants to make new beginnings." Our job is to nurture the compost. We feed it with haircap, moss, obsolete technologies, rocks, lava, stone, marble, and Istrian stone. User-friendly and useless design, leaves, pine cones, and tangled woodbine twigs, souvenirs, grass clippings, straight lines, and other things we've collected. The compost is not a line structure or a grid. It's not based on differences and therefore has no hierarchy. A brand, it has no strategy. A concept, it smells. A museum, it doesn't preserve identities. utopic. It's based on waste. Why do we need the compost? Because we think we know what we do. We don't.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Henrik Stromberg, for your valuable question and the input. Again, he is a participating artist to the 2020 Changwon Sculpture Biennale, and the question was on the meaning of non-sculpture. Now let's hear back from Professor Cho on what he thinks of this question. Hello. Thank you so much for your comments on my presentation. I see your comment as a response and a suggestion to the points that I raised. My understanding of your comments is the following. A self-sufficient ecosystem made up of non-human beings of all kinds of substances and objects, a mindset based on process and emergence, relational and confused thinking that believes nothing is isolated. The concept of compost, which is considered as a condition to create or make something. I believe these concepts are in the same vein as the network model of art that I'm talking about. I also agree that our work collects and cares for something from the compost. Then something will emerge from this compost. And perhaps the compost, from my point of view, is the humans and the primitive network of things that are outside the objects affected by human beings.
We've heard the presentation of Mr. Kyungjin Cho as well as the question raised by Mr. Henrik Stromberg. Now, Mr. Magnus Bartas, professor at Stockholm University, will make his presentation on the photo object, a legacy of operations between photograph and sculpture.
This is a talk about the photo object and the legacy of operations between photograph and sculpture. In the 1970s and 80s, different strategies among artists highlighted the objecthood of the photography. These operations created certain hybrid forms, merging photography and sculpture and object. I call these hybrid forms photo object, a term that points to a historical situation where artists started to corrupt one medium with another, as Douglas Crimp called it in his essay Pictures from 1977. Douglas Crimp discussed the methods of representation, appropriating commercial images, re-photographing photographs, in other words, different forms of intertextual practices, or structures of significations, as Crimp writes. Underneath a picture, there is always another picture. The pictures generation survived as a term for a group of artists, where the works of Louis Lohr was probably seen as the most emblematic ones of them all. Today, most artists move freely between medias and genres, and the photo object and the act of representation does not any longer implicate radicality of form, as they were by the time of Crimp's essay. But still, conceptual and material methods and experiments with photo objects are raising interesting questions. And in later years, I believe there's been a new interest in the photo object. My interest in and reflections on photo objects come from my own practice. My experiments with hybrid forms, which combine objects, photography, and text. In this talk, I will bring present one example from my own body work, together with two examples of works by colleagues in the Nordic context. But before that, I will just mention a few historical strands of the development of the photo object, although maybe some of them might seem evident. The first round is that the photo object often challenges the idea of the photograph as a window to the world, and instead emphasizes the surface, the opaque, the very materiality and or the sociality of the image. Simultaneously, the photographic representation and its indexicality, its trace or document based on light and beaming, undermines both the physical appearance of accompanying objects, as well as brings past time into space. In that sense, photo object actualizes the notions of non-sculpture, a rupture of the experience of direct presence that is supposed to emanate from an object in a space. The advent of the photo object in the 1970s also renewed the interest for the found image and the found object. It developed practices at odds with ethics and aesthetical codes in documentary photography and functioned as a critique of the photographer as an auteur. The shift also belonged to a wider theoretical discussion about photography, with questions about viewing, visuality, representation, scopic regimes, and the archive, with their political implications. An important contribution to the discussion of the photograph as an object was Susan Sontag's essay In Plato's Cave, which was published in this volume on photography. Here she speaks about the talismanic uses of photography. She reminds us about photographs as magical objects of social connections. So the first artist I would like to present to you is Peter Hagdahl. In the mid-1980s, Peter Hagdahl, Swedish artist, started to experiment with attaching black and white photographic images on different materials in his paintings and sculpture works by using emulsion, photo emulsion. In the beginning of the 1990s, he created a series of installations where these integrated images were combined with drawings, paintings, computer-generated images, moving images, and objects of all kinds, as well as living animals. In this installation, sustained from 1992, he referred to George Bush's visit to Japan in 1992, how the American president became nauseated and lost his lunch during a state banquet. When President George Bush publicly lost control of his digestive system during his state visit to Japan, the North American continent's shame almost immediately spread to the world economic system, with failing stock prices as a result. Quote from Hagdahl's exhibition. And these conditions of leakage, chain reactions, and visual contamination that occur and fade away in the most unpredictable ways were staged in his installations. As in this following work, Intoxicated by Your Love from 1993. A spatial assemblage was here created that in many ways reflected a perceptive condition in contemporary society, an elastic reality of images, inner and outer life conditions in a crisis. The work's polarity stretched between poisoning and purification, reaction and counter-reaction, norm and distortion, perhaps also between life and death. The whole construction rested on chlorine bottles, on the principle of poisoning purification. Small cans of psychotropic drugs were lined up next to each other. Various computer manipulated photographs lay in a pile. 2 live rats ran around in the cage. Next to the cage, a few packets of rat poison. Texts, stories about when purification turned into poisoning and vice versa were scattered. In this and several of Hagdahl's other works, the material is arranged on and around a horizontal axis. In Intoxicated by Your Love, these axes consist of an MDF board covered like a skin of photographic images, also applied with photo emulsion. In other installations, a massive iron beam is used. It served both as a cohesive construction and as a semantic play. The biblical beam in the eye and the beam of sight, light, and photography. A later interesting object photo project in the Nordic context is Object Per View by South Korean-born artist Han Jin-kwak. In her regular practice, she does not use vernacular photography or anonymous media images as Hagdahl, but crafted, often staged photography with high technical finish. With a background as a sculpture student, graduate from Hongik University, she has been merging sculpture and photo practices. For this series, Scopic Field, she has been photographing classical ceiling paintings, which, according to her, share some of the qualities of stage photography. The ceilings were found in different places in northern Italy and are here used in an experiment with scale, the position of the viewer, and notions of perception. Ceiling paintings are predominantly connected to the periods of Renaissance, Rococo, and Baroque. With these paintings, one strives to create a sensation of three-dimensionality and to visually open up a larger, indefinite space within the interior architecture. By employing different illusionist tricks as manipulations of perspectives and trompe-l'oeil techniques, one managed to create illusions of heavens inhabited by angels, imagined halls with pillars, abstract spaces with emblematic or mythological figures and symbols. Ceiling painters evoked fantasies and created dramatic narratives. They had didactic functions or formed viewing spots for contemplation. By using small prints in one of the series, with the details enhanced by magnifying glass, mounted in certain elaborated deep circle frames, she transforms the viewer to a giant looking into a viewing instrument or a peephole into another world of marvels. This work is connected with early experiments with photography by the end of the 19th century, a period when photography mainly existed in a terrain in between technology, science, and entertainment. Experiments with scopic technology was common, which resulted in different viewing machines, optical instruments, and photographic tools, as for instance, the stereoscope and the Kaiser panorama. For two other works, belonging to the same series, Object Per View. Quark photographed painted ceilings of 2 Italian theaters with the intention to transplant these sites into her photo objects. Those were made for a viewing position from below. In the white, massive wooden frames of these works, we find text contours with quotations and narratives. This is my own and the last example of work called The Disappointed and Offended. An archive impulse evoked by spending time in photo archive of the newspapers. And that made me start to collect certain photos from printed papers. Growing up in Sweden in the 1960s and 70s, I was learned that Sweden was the healthiest, wealthiest, and most secure country in the world. This image was strongly internalized in my generation and often enhanced by the outside world. With this national self-image as a foundation, an image that actually has cracked considerably since then, I wanted to make a sort of amateur investigation of what kind of obstacles and problems individuals would encounter in such a paradise. The media images I collected depicted disappointed and offended people, which became the title of this book, as I mentioned. Between 1994 and 2006, I collected 1,137 photos of the faces of disappointed and offended people, together with the stories. I wrote down each case in one condensed sentence. The images were reproduced by me, utilizing a very simple technique often used by children. The melting wax of candle was dripped onto the portraits in the newspapers. After the wax has dried and become hard, it was carefully removed and had an imprint of the face on it. In the installations, the faces and stories of complaining people were inscribed in something similar to an archive or wailing wall. And here you see the condensed stories, one lines of sentences, also presented in the exhibition. The images were hanged in a manner where all the accusing gazes were directed at the central position, the supposed position of the viewer. According to my list, which was presented in the text document I just showed you, some of them consider themselves to be subjected to conspiracies. Others complain about unfair treatment and offensive behavior by doctors, landlords, neighbors, and tax authorities. And they all seek redress or compensation in different ways. An important part or aspect of the work is the physical appearance of the image. The half transparency of the candle wax that resembles skin, the possibility to view the faces as a small mask, the smell of the candle wax. So the pieces were mounted with a thread to a needle and hanging with a distance to the wall, which creates cloud form at the wall and makes the image move by a slight wind, even caused by the viewer's movement. The fragility of the material was meant to clash with the mundane stories of everyday life. And the large image shows a larger presentation of the wall of disappointed and offended people at the Gothenburg Kunsthall in 2016. Thank you very much.
That was a presentation by Mr. Magnus Bartas, professor at Stockholm University. He positioned the non-sculpture concept in the whole of modern art in the course of the photographic, sculptural, and conceptual development of art. Now, Ms. Mi-young Lee, researcher from Gyeongnam Provincial Art Museum, will pose a question in reaction to the presentation.
안녕하세요. 마그누스 베르투스 선생님의
Good afternoon. My
발표에
name is
질의를
Mi-young
하게
Lee,
된
and I'm given the honor
이미영입니다.
of discussing the presentation by Mr. Magnus
마그누스 베르투스
Bartas.
선생님께서는 1970년대,
You talked
80년대
about the use of photography and its merger with other media in the 1970s and 80s.
발제문에 따르면
Your paper
1980년대
notes
초
that there was a
상대
shift
복잡점을
in
거치며
contemporary
사진은
art
더
in
이상
the early
별도의 장르가
1980s,
아닌
where
광범위한
photography was no
현대미술,
longer a
이를테면
separate
태화,
genre,
조각,
but became
설치미술,
part
관람,
of
영상
paintings,
분야의 일부로
sculpture,
편입되었다는
installations,
사실과
performances, and videos.
사진과 조각 오브제가
It also
혼합된
discusses
하이브리드
the
형태의
advent
관계
of
미술의
hybrid
등장,
forms, merging
그리고
photography with
사진은 여러
sculpture
오브제 중
and
하나의
object, and how
오브제로서
photography
설치
was
미술로
integrated in
통합되었고,
installations
또 그
as an
자체로
object
조각 오브제로
among
대두된
other
현상에
objects,
대해
as well
연명한
as
작가의
appearing as a
작품, 그리고
sculptural
선생님의
object
작품을
in its
통해
own right.
밝히고 있습니다.
Several works of artists, including your own, are cited to support these observations.
루이즈 롤러스의
The paper
물건, 사진,
highlights the
텍스트의
changing
결합을
role
통한
of photography
실험이라던가
by examining Louise
피터
Lawler's
하우달의
synthesis
총체적인
objects,
설치 작업에서의
photography and
사진의
text,
활용, 그리고
Peter
박현진의
Hagdal's
모델화된
use
사진
of
등의 작품을
photography in
통해 사진의
installations,
역할과 그 변화를 다루고 있습니다.
and Hyunjin
본질에서는
Kwak's
선생님께서 제시하고
staged
있는
photography to
현대미술에 있어
elaborate on the
사진 매체의
changing
활용에
role of
대한 의견을
photography.
매우 흥미롭게
I
생각합니다.
find your analysis on the use of the photography medium in contemporary
우선
art
사진의
quite
발명은
interesting.
회화 역사를 다시 쓰게 되는 중요한
The
전환점이었고
invention of
회화에 있어
photography
재현이라는
was a
문제를
turning
적극적으로
point in the
탄력을
history of
만들었습니다.
painting that
다시 말해
encouraged contemplation on
사진은
different
기록을 위한
aspects of
회화의
the issue
역할을 일부
of
대신할 수
reproduction
있는
in
기술이긴
painting.
하지만
In other words,
60년대 후반
photography is a technology that
기념미술의
replaces, in
등장으로
part,
그림을 그리기 위한
painting as a
수단,
form
즉
of
창조 대상이나
documentation.
이미지의
But
촬영
with the
대상이
emergence
아닌
of
사진
conceptual
그
art in the
자체로
late
자극적인
1960s,
재료로
it was
인식하게
increasingly
되었습니다.
recognized as a self-sufficient
이를테면
material
선생님께서도
instead of a
언급하신
tool for
디셀도르프
painting or
학파인
the object of
베렌트
reference.
베허, 힐러
Cases in
베허
point
부부의
would be the
사진이라든지
photographic works by Bernd
그의
and Hiller
제자들인
Becker, the
라우렌츠베르게스의
founders
국제
of the
공간을
Dusseldorf
기록하는
School, which you
사진,
mentioned.
혹은 모호한 경계를 통해 영역을
The
재정의하는
photography
카린
of
가이거,
Lawrence Burgess,
특정
who
지역의
studied under
역사를
the couple,
다루는
known
마티아스
for the
코흐 등의 사진을
documentation of
그렇다고 할
space
수
of absence,
있겠습니다.
the renewed definition of domains through blurred
아울러
boundaries by
이글스톤의
Karen Geiger,
케이스로 조엘
and
메어
the works of
로이트,
Matthias
스티븐
Koch,
쇼어 등 유컬러
covering the
멤버들의
history of a
사진,
specific area.
그리고 이후
The works
만드는
of the
사진,
pioneers
사진
of
구성
new color
사진이라고
photography,
불렸던 또 다른
including
방향의
William Eagleton,
사진가들의 활약은
Joel
사진
Meyrowitz,
그
and Stephen
자체로서
Shore,
사진적, 조각적, 개념적 요소를
and those of
내재하고 있다
other
할 수
photographers
있습니다.
known as staged
이것은 사진을
photography
이미지
or
자체로
constructive
국한시켜
photography
이용하고 있던
have
것에 비해
photographic,
전혀 달라진
sculptural, and
태도라고 할 수
conceptual elements
있습니다.
in and of themselves. This is a dramatic
선생님의
departure from the
말씀문에서는
limited
여러
use
작가의
of
작품을 통해
photography
사진 그
as
자체에
an
대한
image.
조각적, 미학적, 개념적 함의를
Your
탐구하고
paper, by
있으면서도
citing the works of many
사진이
artists,
이미지,
explores
즉
the
하나의
sculptural,
오브제로
aesthetic, and
현대미술에
conceptual
편입되어 활용되고 있는
implications of
방식을
photography
함께
itself,
논하고 있습니다.
while touching upon its use
그렇다면
and
이 두 지점의
integration into
상관관계
contemporary
속에서
art as
사진의
an
미학적
object
위치는
as
어떻게 조망될
and
수
as a
있으며
medium.
또한 그
In the
경계에서
context
사진의
of the
조각적
correlation
가능성
between
혹은
these two
비조각적
ideas, I would like
가능성은
to ask how
어떻게
you view
실천될
the
수 있는
aesthetic position
것인지
of
선생님의
photography
의견을 좀
and
더
how
구하고
photography's
싶습니다.
sculptural and non-sculptural possibilities can be realized.
Hello, I'm Magnus Bartos, professor in fine art in Stockholm at Konstfack, and I would like to answer the question posed by Mi-young Lee, a very interesting questions about the relation between sculpture, non-sculpture, and photography. I will also thank the writer of this question for those names that you mentioned in relation to my text and my paper. Very prominent practice by artists that are very relevant to my discussion. I interpret the question as a question about the future of this relation between photography, sculpture, and non-sculpture. And that is a very interesting question. And I'm very unsure about this relation in the future, because when I speak about the photo object, I speak about how the idea of the photography as a window of the world, which is challenged by a material quality of photography, a photo object, which instead emphasize surface and the opaque and the very materiality of the image, as well as the sociality of the image, as I write. Because I refer to Susan Sontag and her idea about the talismanic use of photography, where she reminds us that photographs are, in a way, magical objects of social connections and dreams of relations. They are not just representations of family or relations and idols, for instance. They are objects with magical use, as she say, attempts to contact or lay claim to another reality. And this status of the photography is perhaps due to an earlier historical situation when photographs have a physical appearance in the daily life of people. Today, when all images basically are digital, and the very stream of images and our social handling of images are in the digital realm, would we even consider photography, any aspect of photography, as being in the realm of objects and materiality at all? And would therefore this conflict or this break that I spoke about between photographs as a window of the world and materiality, would that even be actual in the future? And in that case, all photographs in the physical form would perhaps belong to the sculpture world, because we're not used to meet them, we're not used to see them. They are all magical objects for us in the future, perhaps. So I think that is the relation that an artist perhaps already now have to start to think of. So thank you very much. And I hope you all good luck with the very interesting biennial you have. Thank you.
So we heard the presentation delivered by Magnus Bartas and the question from Lee Mi-young and the discussions between the two. Thank you very much. The discussion of the previous session was especially intriguing because photography is something that lies between image and object, and there are non-sculptural possibilities from the medium of photography. Moving on to the next session, we're going to hear from Ms. Maiko Yamayuchi, who is the Japanese independent curator and an art critic. She's going to talk about Japanese artists who utilize non-traditional materials and the influential thinkers and philosophers. Let's hear from her.
Japanese artists who utilize non-traditional materials and influential thinkers and philosophers. Maiko Yamauchi, independent curator, art critic. 1. Introduction. The purpose of this study is to introduce a group of exceptional Japanese artists and investigate how they are utilizing non-traditional materials to explore the three-dimensional form. Before modern times, most three-dimensional artworks, such as statues of a deity or historical figure, were commissioned by religious or political authorities to symbolize the figure's permanency and monumentality. The materiality of these works, usually stone, metal, or wood, reflected this permanency. By the second half of the 19th century, especially in Europe, sculptors became interested in personal rather than public themes. Auguste Rodin most represents this shift and is therefore considered to be a pioneer of modern sculpture. While this change in theme was significant for art history, the materials and techniques for creating these artworks did not evolve as dramatically. It was during the first quarter of the 20th century when one of the most significant shifts in materials and techniques was provided by Marcel Duchamp in the form of the ready-made. From this point on, the range of material and techniques used to create artworks began to expand rapidly and continues in the present with seemingly limitless possibilities. For most artists, the unlimitedness of materials and techniques is a double-edged sword. However, with careful research, we can discover remarkable artists who are succeeding at creating three-dimensional forms which beautifully merge concepts and visuals with non-traditional materials. 2. The six Japanese artists and the influential thinkers and philosophers. For this presentation, I'd like to introduce six Japanese artists who utilize non-traditional materials and the influential thinkers and philosophers in their works. 1. Araki Yukari, born in 1983, Shinto religion, and Nishida Kitaro. Araki adopts various mass-produced goods as her primary materials. While it may be easy to regard her works as ready-made, they go beyond that as her technique utilizes complex and thoughtful combinations more akin to modeling and synthesis. She has been making her works by combining various objects in three dimensions. The basic physical method of her working process is assemblage. Assemblage was adopted by many artists from the Dada, Neo-Dada, and Nouveau Realism movements. But in comparison with them, there are three distinguishing features of Araki's works. A. Many of each component in her works is small and not heavy. She can hold each with one or both hands, regardless of the whole size of the work. B. In some cases, apology individual components reminds me of femininity, such as a high-heeled shoe or sewing set. C. Unlike the works of Nouveau Realism movement, the components of her works are not destroyed or metamorphosed. From here, I bring your attention to the ideological background of her works. Araki has an interest in some religious and philosophical thought. Among them, I like to focus on Shinto religion and the modern Japanese thinker Nishida Kitaro. Her interest in Shinto religion draws from its relationship with her hometown. She was born in Mie Prefecture. This prefecture is known for one of the most famous Shinto shrines, Ise Shrine. Shinto is an animistic and polytheistic religion which originated in Japan. A common notion in Shinto is that gods dwell in all things. Araki states, I have been influenced by this notion and has visited the shrine every year since she was a child. This influence is seen in C, especially as the non-destructive nature of her practice shows her relevance for each item. With regards to Nishida, Araki states that she was struck by his statement. To be creative is not to be separated from the world, but to be a working component within the creative world. Features A and B in Araki's work relate to this statement, as those reveal a physical and conceptual affinity between her and her works. Finally, when separated from the original context, I sometimes find myself creating an expected association of ideas with her components. For example, the bobbin reminds me of the symbol for radiation hazard. Two, Hisamura Taku, born in 1977, Yanagi Soetsu, founder of the Mingen movement. Hisamura focuses on the embroidered trademark from well-known fashion brands like Polo or Izod. They serve as the starting point of his practice. He likens these trademarks to real stitchers. The artist changes the mass-produced clothing into artwork through two methods. The first is the addition of a pedestal motif through stitching. This process transforms the trademark into a public sculpture or museum work. The other process uses a frame and references traditional two-dimensional artworks. Because trademarks are recognized worldwide and public sculptures or museum pieces are cultural properties for all citizens, both are something shared by the public. This emphasizes the connection between the before and after stages of Hisamura's hand. In this way, he skillfully incorporated several concepts within his work. On the other hand, Hisamura shows his interest in the sensory element with the following statement. I received an education with an emphasis on conceptualism, but I couldn't abandon my intuitive nature. Regarding this point, Hisamura mentioned the Japanese thinker Yanagi Soetsu. Yanagi was the founder of the Mingen movement. Mingen means folk art, and the movement finds beauty in handcrafted goods created by ordinary people. I draw your attention to several features in Hisamura's work that reflect this way of thinking. The first is the use of freehand stitch. The second is the method of display, which is a non-orderly arrangement connecting his work with our daily life. Three, Iwatani Yukiko, born in 1958, Laozi, Zhu, Wu-wei, and Zilan. Iwatani created her works from delicate dried waves. In many cases, she finds material from areas surrounding the exhibition site. Even more intriguing, some of these works metamorphose from the energy within the plants themselves. In this way, artificiality and vitality work against and with each other to coexist in Iwatani's artworks. In her statement on her website, she said the following. Plants, insects, animals, soil, water, and human beings are just elements of this world. Don't forget that, in fact, we are alive because of many things and we cannot control everything. Unlike animals, the boundary between life and death of plants is gradual. For example, the seed of certain kind of plants can sleep for thousands of years before waking up. Therefore, it is difficult to define the length of lifespan for plants. This fact reminds me that not all creatures live on the same time scale. Iwatani states that her way of thinking is influenced by various traditional Asian schools of thought. Among them, I am interested in exploring the influence of Lao Tzu's Wu Wei and Zhilang, which means attitude of non-action and entrusting of the laws of nature. Within Iwatani's works, materials are combined without changing their physical characteristics. Sometimes the form and color are transformed by the light, temperature, or the energy within. In addition, I'd like to remark on the relationship between her works and location. In a number of her works, she collects plants from areas surrounding the exhibition site. Through this action, the work contains the memory of a particular area and a season. Eventually, by three simple actions, collecting, combining, and displaying, Iwatani creates an ephemeral meeting place between the material, environment, and viewer for thinking about life and the laws of nature. 4. Yamamoto Naoki, born in 1963. Jittu Krishnamurti, Indian philosopher. The themes of his work are sense, society, and memory. He frequently makes expressions about urban landscape and political leaders. In some cases, he also plays with words of topicality like missile. His message is relatively ironic and sensational. On the other hand, he adopts unexpected materials for his works compared with his scenes, like something sweet, sugar. For example, at the first installation I saw, he drew some critical terms and figures, including Donald Trump, using sugar on the walls, and constructed a miniature Tokyo with 30,000 sugar cubes on the floor. In other works, he has drawn the image of a person with fruit juice and visualized it by heating it. In a recent interview, he describes his mental state when creating work. By erasing myself and hearing surrounding voices, I can create my work smoothly. The condition is similar to a kind of shaman. In the same interview, he states his wish as follows. In the future, I'd like to visit some areas of conflict and grasp the situation there. Then I will make works using sugar and local sweets to taste the works and present the moment with local people. When I asked him about thinkers that interested him, he mentioned several figures. I will focus on is the Indian philosopher Jittu Krishnamurti, who lived in Europe from 1911 to 1921, because his career has some points in common with avant-garde artists in the same time period. In particular, he was known as a theosophist who strongly denied traditional sense of values in this particular field, an attitude in common with some Dadaists of the same generation like André Breton. In addition, Krishnamurti parted ways with religious society in his mid-30s, a similar age when Marcel Duchamp separated from the art world. An important aspect of Krishnamurti's theory is how to overcome an attachment to oneself. After his cessation from the religious community, he traveled all over the world and had numerous conversations with people during over half of a century. In these conversations, he treated these people with respect as equals and as friends. This equivalence between self and others is also seen in Yamamoto's shamanism. By using something sweet and ephemeral like sugar, the artist says, the works will disappear after the exhibition, but viewers who appreciate the works will remember my message whenever they see sugar. It reflects his hope of sharing the memory with the viewers beyond the actual exhibition. 5. Takashima Hideo, born in 1981. Yamaguchi Masao, Japanese anthropologist. Takashima studied Japanese style painting, ceramics, and sculpture and merged aspects from all three techniques to develop a unique method for creation. He is interested in exploring the relationship between interior versus exterior, especially the balance and unbalance between the two. He expresses this through the depiction of animal or human-like forms as open vessels. Takashima's works have a very impressive appearance. The viewer at first recognizes an animal or human-like form, but then they may feel a kind of discomfort when looking closer at the form of the head. Instead of a face, there is a hole which is humorous but may also cause fear. This unique structure reflects his strong interest in the relationship and the boundaries between contrasting things such as interior and exterior and holy and unholy. Unlike most sculptures, the inside and outside of his sculptures are connected to each other via the edge of a hole. While a student, Takashima became interested in the book Culture and Duality by Japanese anthropologist Yamaguchi Masao. This researcher was known for his studies of hermaphroditism and the trickster. This seems to have much in common with Takashima's interests. What I pay attention to is Takashima's way of modeling. Normally, when artists make three-dimensional works, they focus on shaping the outside of the works. But in the case of Takashima, he focuses equally on shaping the sculpture from the inside. Because his structures are similar to Basel, he can treat the inside surface much like a potter board. I also mention his approach to painting, which focuses both on outside and inside as well. These decorative patterns guide the eyes and consciousness toward the inside. Takashima's works ask the viewer to not only be concerned about outside, but also the inside of the works, reinforcing the character of duality by unifying the two sides. Six, Yuka Otani, Kamono Chome's Hojoki. Yuka Otani creates gold transparent Buddha forms with hard candy. Her installations with multiples of the Buddha form are sublime. For religious art, it is important that the idol remains unchanged. However, discerning viewers will notice Yuka Otani's works releasing a sweet scent as they slowly melt and lose their revealed form. Buddhism teaches the transience of all things over a long time, so Yuka Otani actualizes this spirit by circumventing conventional practice of making. She trained in glass technique in Japan and the United States. Since her training, she has adopted various transparent materials, not just glass but also candy, water, and light. One of her representative series, Anika, is composed of multiple gold transparent Buddhas. Once installed, the figures melt over time and finally disappear. Witnessing their fragility, I remember one of the essential concepts of Buddhism, impermanence. Yuka Otani states that Hojoki, the 10-foot square heart by Kamono Chome, is an important guidepost for her continued work as an artist. The writer Kamono Chome acted as poet and essayist from 12th to 13th century. During his lifetime, the Japanese governmental system changed and the administrative capital city also moved. The Hojoki was published in 1212 and it is one of three major essays about Japan. A well-known feature of the essay is the description about frequent catastrophes during that time, serving as an important historical document as well. During those turbulent times, the writer built a small hermitage and lived there to keep his distance from society. The essay is famous for the idea of how to survive, but also speaks to the denial of attachment, including love. This way of thinking is influenced by the Buddhist philosophy of impermanence. In short, presupposing the existence of force majeure, the writer explains his opinion for living better. Yuka Otani created her work knowing that it will disappear, but never compromises making perfect beauty in its first appearance. The contrast between completeness and disappearance strengthens the concept of impermanence. 3. Conclusion. In summary, through careful research, we can discover remarkable artists who are succeeding at creating three-dimensional works with non-traditional materials. At the same time, they are not only exploring how to make unique forms but are also reflecting the influences of various thinkers in their concepts. This generation of artists I have introduced could have chosen a variety of digital or virtual techniques, but they have continued to search the possibilities of tangible materials and techniques by hand. The physical nature of their work, backed by each of their unique concepts, will continue to attract more and more interest and viewers as their careers develop in the future. Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maiko Yamaguchi, for your presentation. Ms. Maiko Yamaguchi shed us a light on the 6 Japanese contemporary artists who are using non-traditional materials for sculpture. They're experimenting with new materials. And we were able to broaden our understanding on non-sculpture thanks to this presentation. Thank you once again. Now, moving on, we're going to hear from Professor Kwon Suna from Honing University to ask questions on this very presentation. Hello everyone, my name is Sunwang Kwon. In the 21st century, there seems to be a growing emphasis on expandability or scalability in every genre. It is especially true in the world of sculptures, as non-traditional materials are frequently used in recent years. In fact, contemporary artists such as Araki Yukari, Hisamura Taku, Iwatani Yukiko, Yamamoto Naoki, Takashima Hideo, and Yuka Otani have introduced everyday objects or non-art materials to their sculptural works without going overboard. Araki Yukari seems to take the concept of ready-made to the next level. Now my question is, how is this artist's approach related to the Shinto religion and the philosophy of Nishida Kitaro? For Hisamura Taku, he seems to adapt cultural or social elements from fashion. In this context, his attempts may be interpreted as a comprehensive form of collage or ready-made, or even the rebirth of Dadaism of the early 20th century, but with a stronger social message. Why is Hisamura focusing on the elements of fashion in his works? Iwatani Yukiko uses haystacks or other natural objects found from the surrounding environment as materials for her art. From the ecological point of view, making any change to the plants and other natural organisms can have an
특정
impact
지역에서
on the global
채취한
environment.
식물들은
Therefore,
자연
plants collected
환경에도
from a
영향을
certain
줄 수
region
있다고
may also
생각합니다.
have an impact on its natural
비엔날레나 기타
environment.
기획전에서도
Nevertheless, we see numerous
유전자
works made
변형
of genetically
작품들도
modified
등장하는
organisms
것을
on
볼 수
display
있습니다.
at biennales or art
이렇게
exhibition.
어떤 장소의
What
채집
is your take
과정에서
on
환경
environmental and
생태적인
ecological
관계나
issues or any risks
위험성에 대한
associated
견해를
with
듣고
plant
싶습니다.
collecting in a certain location?
비물질성을
It is
조각에서
fascinating
다루는
that the
것은
notion of
20세기
immateriality
현대
of
조각과 비교해
sculptures sheds a different light
디지털
on the
환경에서
idea
오히려
of
영속성의
permanency
측면을
in the
또
digital
다르게
environment
보여주는
compared to the environment to which the modern sculptures
그러나
in the
위험 급한
20th century
야마모토
belonged.
나오키나
Materials such as
나오키가
sugar
사용하는
used by
설탕이나
Yamamoto or candy
유카
employed by
오타니가
Yuka
쓴
Otani
사탕 등의
go
지각적인
beyond the
재료들은
concept of perceptual
조각에 있어서
materials
개념을 넘어
as they are
시각적인
understood as
요소들을
visual
갖고
perceptual
있는데
elements in sculptures.
코로나 시대
How
언택트
would these
전시에서
materials interact with the
어떻게
audience in the
관객과
period of
적응할 건지
non-contact exhibition during the
궁금합니다.
pandemic?
Thank you for your questions. Please let me explain my opinion with some pictures.
At first, about Hisamura, there are two reasons of using the cloth. One is temporary health reason. When he couldn't lift heavy material, he searched new material and reached this unique item. It was a happy encounter carried by a difficult situation. The other is its way of obtainment. He can find it at various places, including web by himself. The process, like a kind of hunting, is one of his pleasure. Second, I answer a question about the adoption of plant. When I learned museology and the conservation of works at university, I studied that plants are basically dangerous materials for museums. But many contemporary artists, including Iwatani, use it by each reason. Therefore, at least curatorial workers must understand the risk of handling plants and have a coordinated skill to make agreement between artist and environment. Finally, this irregular situation and limitation by COVID-19 are producing numerous changes in the environment of artists. Recently, I sometimes remember a proverb by famous scientist. It is not the strongest of the species that survives, nor the most intelligent that survives. It is one that is most adaptable to change. Similarly, what is wanted now may be flexibility. In that kind of meaning, not only Yamamoto and Otani, but all the artists I introduced may be able to use this difficult experience as nourishment.
Thank you for your attention. I look forward to seeing you again.
That was Ms. Maiko Yamauchi's presentation, followed by Mr. Kwon-sun Wang's question, and then also Ms. Yamauchi's response to that question. During the presentation and also in the question and answer, they both delved into the meaning of material in the concept of non-sculpture. And the discussion also involved the current untact situation of how the aesthetics of material can be delivered to the audience without being damaged. Next is the fourth presentation of the conference. Professor Yu Hyunju at Hannam University will make a presentation on non-sculpture theory, criticism theory of Greenberg's self-negation, and Krauss's self-contradiction.
안녕하세요.
Good afternoon. My name is Yu Hyunju, and my presentation is titled Non-Sculpture Theory Review on Greenberg's Self-Negation and Krauss's Self-Contradiction. This is the contents of my paper. I'm going to base myself on the discussion of Greenberg and Krauss and also talk about redefinition in the post-medium era and sculpture of the future according to Krauss. Today, the digital and analog media exist side by side, and it's the time of hybridity and expansion of media, and the scope is quite big. Now, the word sculpture is perhaps a thing of a past that is now facing an existential crisis. Well, what I'm trying to say is Greenberg's medium specificity, meaning how Greenberg argued that art obtains purity by self-negation and self-criticism, and that it has a historicist logic of which painting acquires flatness and sculpture evolves to be abstract. Greenberg could not fully explain land art, minimal sculpture, architectural structures of conceptual art that emerged in the 60s. Here, I'd like to bring in Krauss's expanded concept of sculpture. This I will get into that more later. If we were to see that there was a modernism that reverts to plane or medium itself, how can we define sculpture that is not included in the modernism? So Krauss starts to use the term medium specificity, of course, even though Greenberg did not use this word, and I'd like to discuss to whether or not redefine the meaning of medium. And also talk about my view on how we should newly define art in the context of postmodernism. In particular, the paper of Voyage on the North Sea has a subtitle, Art in the Age of the Post-Medium Condition. What I find quite particular is that Krauss, who actually refuted Greenberg's argument of specificity and purity of medium, now takes in this concept of specificity of medium that distinguishes, such as a painting or a sculpture. So to briefly demonstrate, Krauss once refuted Greenberg's obsession and argument for the purity of medium. But in her paper, Sculpture in the Expanded Field, she attempts to deepen her understanding about various sculptures and embrace them. And her argument is sufficiently fleshed out, but the critics at the time thought that the medium specificity of the past has disappeared in the digital era. But even though Krauss did not use the word medium specificity, she uses expressions like supporting body, technical support, or conventions, and ultimately brings the concept back. So here's a self-contradiction is pointed out because of that and criticized for that. Now I'd like to delve into the why in my paper. So my view, if that perhaps Krauss tried to encompass all the contemporary media scope altogether. This ultimately is my conclusion, and I also ponder Krauss's use of expressions such as invention of medium, and such things can belong to that notion of media invention, including sculpture and non-sculpture. So I would like to go over these topics to think about contemporary sculpture or sculpture of the future. Here, I think you all know this. Greenberg argued for the purity of art, and that purity entails distancing from the society and discarding past conventions. Here, painting. Painting is defined by flatness, and then how is a modernist sculpture defined? Greenberg, in his essay New Sculpture, praises that modernist sculptures have self fulfillment, meaning that sculpture is a medium that has a physical autonomy and can exist by itself. But in the second chapter, if you look at the contrast between Greenberg's new sculpture and Krauss's expanded sculpture, Krauss says that sculpture already had some of its own rules, but as they collapse, it suffers from sightlessness, homelessness, and loss of place. You see, these are the type of sculptures in the past, but they were replicated and installed at any museums and galleries belonging to nowhere. For example, Mary Mrs. Work, she made this pit. How do you interpret this? Is this landscape, architecture, sculpture? And like this one here, how do you understand this work called landscape sculpture? When video emerged as art medium, how do you perceive video art? For this, Krauss said we should not approach this from the perspective of evolution from something emerged in the past or within the frame of a historical legacy, and that the distinction between sculpture and landscape, the identity has blurred. Then we can distinguish sculpture from something that is not a sculpture. How do you do this? She made this diagram, the not landscape, not architecture. Well, however, this diagram could not explain everything, so she later mentions of state of logical space. The logical space leads to this diagram, and these are the Korean translations. So anything that falls into this diagram can be interpreted as a sculpture in the expanded field. For this reason, sculpture in a broad sense encompasses all the things that we saw here, 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 yep, like this one. Well, it's not so clear cut, but still, they all fall into this concept of sculpture. And modern sculptures do have some connection with landscape or architecture. Even landscape and not landscape can be combined. Therefore, these terms like these at each angular point of the diamond-shaped diagram are the sculptures that are outside the sculpture around the expanded sculpture field. So we can say that non-sculpture is sculpture. However, in the fourth chapter titled Reinvention of Media and Sculpture of the Future in the Era of Post-Medium, Krauss wrote this paper in 1999, right at the turn of a millennium. Here, the issue is neither modernism nor postmodernism. She uses this word post-media and claims that it is the emergence of video that completely destroyed the media specificity and the obsession of modernism over this. Well, it's true how disruptive video was when it emerged, and ever since, how to define sculpture. It's become difficult to place sculpture on the continuation of past sculptures because of video. Because of that, the video medium itself is quite complex because it has no singular property, but with TV, moving image, painting, and sculpture, all these are mixed and combined together. So it's not possible to approach it as one single thing. She says video occupies heterogeneous activities. In the philosophy context, it speaks to Derrida's parergon. As you know, parergon is viewed as separate from an artwork it frames, but merges with the milieu, which allows it to merge with the work of art. So the inside and the outside infiltrate into each other. This we call a complex. So at the opposite end of the purity of modernism, like complex, Krauss is aware of this and uses this term complex. She refers to the works of Marcel Brutard many times. A key example of complex can be seen in Brutard's this Eagles exhibit. He planned for the exhibition for 4 years and puts together an exhibition called Museum of Modern Art Eagles Department. There displayed were many of the eagle symbols that we already know, also including the high class and low class objects, art magazine covers, all the promotion and advertisement materials related to eagles. So, is this art in a pure sense, or is this just a commercial promotion or a form of advertisement? Viewers are confused. Now, these things are confusing, and Greenberg, in his essay Avant Garde and Kitsch, distinguishes clearly what is art and what is not. Anything not art to Greenberg belongs to commercial kitsch or similar sort. However, in Brutard's work, all these things are mixed and fused, which makes it a complex standing at the very opposite of pure art, which also means that art can never be free from market value and always with both high class and low class properties. So she cites Brotard's to position the concept of medium at a far distance from that of purity. And there, the keywords conventions and technical support emerge as something critical. In the past, Krauss once lost her memory due to a condition in the brain and later found her memory back. So she applied her incredible experience to the media theory and says that a medium cannot exist as it is without its experience or memory of its past conventions. She refers to an example of Coleman's living and presumed dead. This work uses slide projection. You know slides. Here, a movie is made with slides. She asks why Coleman uses an old medium and talks about reinventing of medium. The conventions created from the nature of the material of technical support and by adding expression to that materiality, a new medium is invented and reinvented. To support this theory, she refers to such artworks and the artworks of such artists. If we were to reread reinventing, it concerns the idea of a medium as such a medium as a set of conventions derived from the material conditions of a given technical support, conventions out of which to develop a form of expressiveness that can be both projective and mnemonic. How she mentions of mnemonics and conventions appears to be in line with Greenberg's concept of medium, emphasizing the unique quality specific to each medium. And that is why this is where Krauss receives criticism that she is contradicting herself and going against how she refuted Greenberg's argument. Well, for me, the question that I raised at the beginning of my presentation, my question on this confusing time of hybridity of analog and digital, do I have answer to this? Do I have a clear answer on where the sculpture today heading toward? I do not have a definite answer. However, Krauss's criticism by using expressions like memory or reinventing brings in Greenberg's argument and his medium specificity. Is this problematic? If you were to make it a problem, it will be one, because she did contradict what she said. All these things need more in-depth and careful discussion. However, the non-sculpture, my paper writes about non-sculpture by contrasting Greenberg and Krauss for this view on media, but if I were to quote Benjamin, he said, "It is precisely at the moment of obsolescence that a given social form or technological process once more releases this utopian dimension like the last gleam of a dying star. Just how a shooting star sparkles before it dies off and gleams before it dies. Perhaps past media, well, they wouldn't die per se, but they are reinvented rather than buried in the past. So when that happens, they are renewed and come back as reinvented sculpture. So past media do not just pass, but they continue to be reinvented. And that would be my conclusion. There's still some room for improvement, so I'd like to look into a variety of cases in the contemporary sculpture art scene, and I plan to continue with my research. This concludes my presentation. Thank you. That was the presentation made by Ms. Yu Hyun-ju. She elaborated on the concept of reinvented sculpture of today through the criticism theory of Greenberg's self-negation and Krauss's postmodernist self-contradiction. Now, Mr. James Torres, one of the artists who are participating in this year's Biennale, will pose a discussion for further discussion. I'm going to read the question by James Torres. If not true to yourself, you lie to all. To be led by the belief in progress through science, research, experience, and discovery in the pursuit of an egalitarian society is a noble and felicitous act. To move beyond the inertia resulting from a century of modernist ideological naivety and the cynical insincerity of its autonomous bastard child is critical. This is a quote from Luke Turner from the Metamodernist Manifesto. Rather than the question of sculpture returning to Greenberg's modernism, perhaps we should ask if it aspires to the metamodern, the postmodern. Can aesthetic purity, as Greenberg exalted, be as potent and as relevant as the aesthetic that captures a theme, as Krauss veered toward? Do they engender faith, trust, dialogue, and sincerity to transcend postmodern irony? We've heard from Mr. James Towilis, one of the artists who are participating in this year's Biennale. His question was on the possibility of non-sculpture in the difference and gap between Greenberg's self-negation and Krauss's postmodernist self-contradiction. Now, let us hear the response of the presenter, Ms. Yu Hyun-ju. Good afternoon. I'm Yoo Hyun-ju.
제임스
I'd like to
토일리스의
answer
질문에
the
대해서
question posed by
답변드리겠습니다.
Mr. James Toilis.
조각이
My
그린버그
understanding is that it
15던이
was
회귀하는
not
것에 대한
necessarily a
질문보다는
question on whether or not
멜타보다
sculptures are
포스트
turning
모더니즘을
back
추구하는
to
것이
the
아닌가, 그렇게 물어야 하지
Greenberg's
않는가 하고
modernism,
질문
but perhaps
주셨는데요.
metamodernism or postmodernism
저도
is the
거기에 기본적으로
question.
동의를
I
합니다.
agree with that in
크라우스의
principle. I
논의를
compared
제가
Krauss's
그린버그와
argument with Greenberg
비교해서 말씀드린
because
것은
I think
크라우스가 궁극적으로
rather
과거의
than
그
trying
모더니즘으로
to
회귀하려고
ultimately
한다라는
return to the
상황보다는
modernism of
매체의
the
제3화를
past,
통해서
Krauss
동시대의
created the
조각
discourse to
또는
ensure
예술들을
contemporary sculpture
광고하고자
or
그렇게
art through
담론을
the
만들었다고 생각을
reinvention
하는데요.
of the media.
지금 현재로
Even today,
보면은
we are
그 이 시대
discussing the
예술에서
performance of
미적
art rather
소수성보다는
than the
오히려 현재의
aesthetical
수행성,
purity
예술의
in
수행성을 더
contemporary
많은
art.
그 논의를 하고 있고요. 또
Even in the
90년대만
90s,
보더라도 관계
there were talks
미학이라든가
about
알터
relationship
모던,
aesthetics,
메타
alternative
모던 이런
modernity,
담론들이 이렇게
and
나오기 시작하잖아요.
metamodernism. And I
그러면서
think that
과거의
the
포스트
discourse
모더니즘이
on
아우르지
art or
못했던
non-sculpture in
현재
the current
지평에서의 예술
horizon,
또는 비조각의
which was not
담론들을
covered by the past
펼쳐나가고자 하는 그런
postmodernism,
담론들이
has
더
become more
우세해졌다고 생각을
dominant.
합니다.
If
미적
aesthetical
소수성이
purity is
믿음,
the result
신뢰,
of
대화 이런
faith,
것들을
trust,
낳았다고
conversation, and so
한다면
on, I think
오히려
that
과거보다
the current
현재의
performance discourse
수행성
or the
담론이라든가
discourse that came
현재의 어떤
after the
관계미학 이후에
current
나왔던
relationship
담론들이
aesthetics
현재의 어떤
shows
매체들이
more of
추구하고
the
있는
art that is stepping
그
up to the
현실의
reality
발판을 둔
pursued
예술들
by
또는
any
현실의 그
media
어떤 정치적
today or any
이슈라든가
political
또는
issue
지금
in
일어나고 있는
reality
일들을
or the media that is
담재하는
guaranteed
경고하는
to
그런
contain what's
매체를
happening.
더 많이 보여준다고 생각을 합니다. 따라서
Therefore,
저는
I think
그 크라우스와
in
그린버그의
closing
논의를
the
정리하면서
discussion between
현재
Krauss and
예술 또 현재
Greenberg,
새로운
the sculpture
비조각의
of today's
조각들이
art
포스트
and the
모더니즘의
new
아이러니를
non-sculptures
넘어서는
can
담론을
prove the
증명해
discourse
줄 수
beyond the
있다라고
irony of
생각합니다.
postmodernism.
감사합니다.
Thank you.
Now, that was the presentation delivered by Professor Yoo Hyun-ju, and the question was raised by James Toils, and the discussion was very active. So thank you very much. Moving on to the fifth session of our conference today. For this, the presentation will be delivered by Professor Kim Mi-jin of Hongik University. And Professor Kim Mi-jin is going to talk about curating reflection on expansion of sharing in intrinsic sense. And for the subtitle, it's called Lithuanians and French Pavilion on the 58th Venice Biennale. So we will hear the concept of non-sculpture that can be seen in the Biennales. So let's hear what she has to say. Curating reflection and expansion of sharing and intrinsic sense, Lithuanian and French pavilions on the 58th Venice Biennale. That'll be my topic today. The COVID-19 pandemic is sweeping the world with fear and anxiety, and China and Japan are inflicted with floods and earthquakes one after the other. While the global community's concerted response is urgently needed, countries are resorting to lockdown and nationalistic policies, pushing the world to a greater confusion. The art world is also adapting to the new environment as biennales and art galleries close and open again. Held every 2 years, biennales deal with art-related issues as a theme and shows the trend forming a spectacle and discourse. Venice Biennale was founded in 1895 and the Whitney Biennale in New York in 1932 and Sao Paulo Biennale in 1951. Along with these in the West with long history, there are also others such as Havana, Shanghai, Gwangju, Busan, Changwon, Seoul, and etc. And as a global festival, there are now over 300 biennales held across the world, and it is a global phenomenon for sure. Among them, the Venice Biennale, which was founded in 1895 and has the longest history, remains influential even today. The Venice Biennale is a historic tourist destination surrounded by the sea, and it is recognized as a successful exhibition festival with its scenery and many general visitors. The Venice Biennale was like a curating laboratory where a competition was witnessed between two sides, namely Arsenal, where the themed exhibition was held, versus Sardini, where 29 national pavilions were located. Robert Storr, director of the 52nd Venice Biennale held in 2007, said the Biennale offers a rare chance of a democratic forum where people can come and experience art firsthand and share their impressions together with others. Very few cities have great museums and art galleries, and still very few have active exhibition programs of contemporary art. It is easy to go see a movie and read a book, but social and economic barriers are very high in contemporary visual culture, including art galleries. The Biennale provides the public with an experience of being a part of visual culture as the only place where barriers are torn down, and also as a showcase of excellence of high-quality international directors and organizers. Former Art Forum editor-in-chief Tim Griffin also says that the Biennale is a space where one can continuously examine the difficulties and possibilities of contemporary art and the rise and the fall of the contemporary art in a wider context. Along with the global community, biennales are also becoming large in scale, and they offer a stage to show the audience the situation where traditional cultural perspective is broken, that is, the terms indicating the center and the periphery, the object and the context are radically changed and the social map is redrawn. London's Hayway Gallery director and general director of the 2019 Venice Biennale, Ralph Rugoff, said that biennales are unique in that it is an international art exhibition as a general approach to creating art, and that the social function of art embraces both joy and critical thinking. Exhibitions focus on the work of artists that challenge traditional ideas and open our readings of the objects of images, gestures, and situations. This kind of art gives us different perspectives. They think of seemingly contradictory and incompatible concepts and make them understand the world in different ways. Contemporary art reacts sensitively to global issues, such as individuals, countries, politics, society, migration, climate, environment, refugees, capitalism, war, terrorism, disaster, and viruses, and thus is closely related to socialization as it asks and responds with artistic expressions. Curating well reflects this art world and directs the entire exhibition with the public communication in mind, and thus it is an important art to broaden and open the base of contemporary art. Biennales, which attract hundreds of thousands of visitors, is a huge, dynamic, and energetic stage that attracts not only sophisticated and prepared visitors, but also simple travelers. The Biennale's curating trends focuses on promoting global dialogue by presenting new space and temporality. For the past 2 decades, the curation focused on social acceptance and public communication of art, influenced by the concept of relational aestheticist of exhibition director Nicolas Burillo and Pierre Bourdieu, the field theory socialist. The 2019 Venice Biennale, however, focused more on meaning formed between artists and their artwork, highlighting scalability of art in which the collaboration between the artist and the curator creates synergy. The Golden Lion Award was given to German Pavilion in 2017 and Lithuanian Pavilion in 2019 because they both exhibited a great curating representing how best to deal with the sense of art in an environment surrounding us with multidisciplinary, multi-genre, and different times and spaces. These exhibitions crossed boundaries between film, music, art, performance, and architecture, allowing audience to experience various sensations created by crossing such boundaries. The German Pavilion Faust by Anne Imhoff that won the Golden Lion Award for the Best National Pavilion at the 57th Venice Biennale uses both the inside and outside of the pavilion building and makes it impossible to give just one definition to an artwork, as it provides a suggestion and placement of different elements of a contrasting composition. Nevertheless, if Anne Imhoff's exhibition is refined, high-end art with intellectual elements in it, the exhibition at the Lithuanian Pavilion at the 58th Biennale deals with heavy themes of climate and environment with multidisciplinary and multi-genres in a light and humorous way, giving a very poetic and sensuous resonance. Another example is the French Pavilion, which also employs sharing of various time and space elements to express themes in a poetic and emotional way. The French Pavilion deals with issues of climate and environment, which we're bound to face in the post-COVID-19 time, and the joint curation of curators and writers allow the audience to experience sensations such as air. Next, let's talk about Lithuanian Pavilion through the work titled Sun and Sea. This work is done by UK's Serpentine Gallery curator Lucia Pietwasti and 3 other Lithuanian multi-artists, namely composer Lina Lapelita, playwright Baina Grakti, and art director Lukile Parasitukait. This exhibition takes the form of an open opera performance. Curator Pietwasti studies ecology, interspecies relations, and plant intelligence and is currently working on the general ecology project at the Serpentine Gallery. The 3 writers grew up together in Kaunas, an area in the Lithuania, and they have questions on how the end of the world would sound. They've been involved in works themed around expensive pleasure of overconsumption in the form of a light yet political opera. The trio released Have a Good Day in 2013, with which they expressed feelings of the labor of female employees by mixing the sound of a supermarket cashier and Aria's piano, including the beeping of barcodes. Sun and Sea, which is related to this work, first appeared on the stage at the National Gallery of Vilnius in Lithuania in 2017. Curating is about connecting individual elements and networking these elements together. Curating attempts not only for cultural exchanges, but also a comprehensive planning involving locations, budget, and even PR activities to which to create a map that opens a new path through cities, people, and the world. The new Lithuanian Pavilion at the Venice Biennale made an exhibition hall by renting a naval base building, which is far from the Giardini, where the main national pavilions are located, and Arsenal, where the main exhibition was held. The budget wasn't enough to pay the actors, so only 2 performances were held a week, and the artists even appealed the need to get public funding for sponsorship. Pietwasti, the curator, shows that real threats of the climate environment, and he does so very well aligned with the theme of Rolf Rugov, the general director of the Venice Biennale, who talks about the living in an exciting time, which got a great response from the audience and hence the Golden Lion Award. Whether we recognize it or not, the so-called art world is inherent in the real world, and art is emerging as a heartbreaking voice that sees through many events with a sense of responsibility. And that means that climate change can no longer be ignored. This exhibition is an interdisciplinary mix on theater, music, and visual arts. It explores on a variety of topics from personal interest in sunlight and vacation plans to the most pressing issues of our time, such as fear of environmental disasters. Unlike other national pavilions in Venice, the old naval warehouse, which was rented by the Lithuanian Pavilion, is a two-storied building. And the first floor was created as a beach scene with a plain sandy beach, and the second floor was mezzanine built around the space, allowing the visitors to look down the stage like a movie theater from above. On the stage, which resembles sandy beach, people lie on long towers or in chairs, enjoying the time and drinking, putting on sunscreen, solving word puzzles, and playing with their phones. And children, puppies together play, and around them are littered disposable beach items and many garbages. There are 13 actors who sing solo arias or chorus in groups. The sound of propellers, children, dogs, waves, and wind blends well with the settings and the mood. Singers sing passing thoughts, personal concerns, conversations between lovers, and prophetic warnings about the impact of the climate change on the planet. The audience observing all this from the second floor take pictures of their actors with their phones and share them on social media. The audience relates to the song of the gloomy lyrics and consume the environment and become eventually depressed. The curator, Pietro Wasti, says that although the stage has the potential to conceive vast amount of things, it's mainly designed as a political work to ask very fundamental questions to the audience. All senses such as opera's aria and chorus, light and heavy sounds from the beach, various shapes created by moving bodies and colors of objects all permeate upward and are shared with the viewers with their rich texture. The end of the world caused by consumption civilization is impending, yet people continue to live their everyday life. Such scenes are both surreal and real. Fake becomes more realistic in the reproduction of the real life, and art becomes real and enters into our life. The beach here is both utopia and a crack from which come sounds, movements, smells, attitude, picture taking, all of which are expanded to become another wonderful daily life. Next, let's talk about, please enjoy this.
한번 보시죠.
Now, moving towards the French pavilion, the work titled Deep Sea Blue Surrounding You. The exhibition at the French Pavilion is curated by Marta Kirsenbaum, a curator who is planning and publishing based in Paris and LA, with the artist Laurette Prevost, who received the British Journal Award in 2013. This exhibition actively utilizes the environment surrounding the French Pavilion and Giardini, where national pavilions are concentrated. Although both curator and the writer were born in France, they were educated in other countries such as US, UK, and Canada, and they work around the world. This pavilion has a dark basement resembling an undersea tunnel connecting France and England, through which one can reach the second floor. The video art in the dark room is the main part of this French pavilion. The curator intends to show the head of the octopus and the senses of the tentacles extending from the octopus nervous system is expressed through sound, dance, performance, glass sculpture, and lighting works. On the video screen, one can see an octopus surfacing from the blue sea along with the boy's eye, fish eye, people dancing and wearing masks, remains of ruins, a spire of the Notre Dame in Paris destroyed by fire, gas, and also garbage. The writers and curators who have deviated from the central thinking and the mainland of France twist and transform French words, which are sensitive to the signifiers and meanings of the language, and turn them into a humorous style. Now, up on the second floor, garbage created by nature and human civilization, such as fish, penguins, objects, plants, etc., that all appeared in the movie, is made into glass mixed with blue resin and visually shows the polluted sea. From outside, magicians, singers, and rappers and karate performers are guided into the exhibition space, and the actual exhibition space is transformed into a surreal place as gas is occasionally poured out from the roof of the exhibition hall. Laura Prevost invites us to the utopia of the artist's own inner world, raising questions about who we are, where we come from, and where we are going in the complex and disparate reality. The symbolism of the artist's unique metaphor and the twist is maximized and is then recontextualized with the elaborate connection with the curator. It's therefore a good example of the art definition being expanded. In conclusion, the director of the Serpentine Gallery, Hans Uli Ost, says that since 1800s, the exhibition has been seeking for a utopia. Harald Zeman is the main man behind the 48th and 49th Venice Biennale, making him the man who practically closed one century of art and opened another. About Harald Zeman's exhibition, Hans said that he clearly sensed individual yet unique cultural elements within the important arrangement of his works, and that exhibition is capable of arrangement, solidarity, connection, and making silent gestures to the world where we live, and that all of that can be done with mise-en-scène. The two pavilions of the 2019 Venice Biennale attracted numerous visitors, like the census of mollusks, as they show places found in human heritage while at the same time showcasing a variety of media and genres that continue to evolve both in an immediate sense and as a process. The artist deals with politics, economy, society, environment, and climate issues in such a light, humorous, and poetic way. Yet this sad and fearful daily life we live allow the audience to reflect upon the meaning of we and me eventually move towards a better life. This is not a simple concept by Appadurai, an anthropologist born in India and a professor at Yale University, who thinks it's the West-centered and capital-centered and non-Western peripheral. Rather, it's a practical way to positively create a new system through imaginary worlds through mutual interaction. The curating that promotes coexistence of artists who have imagination and power of transformation with curators who have organized and logical socialization power will expand the sense of sharing and uniqueness to the audience. Urgent human texts such as globalization, transnationalism, notion of differences, viruses, climate, environment will enhance the value of art in our society, along with the continued expansion of the meaning and communication of art. Thank you, everyone. Thank you very much, Professor Kim Mi-jin, for your presentation. Professor Kim shared her observations and analysis on recent Biennale's trend towards post-sculptural space formulation in a great detail. And in particular, she draws her attention on the 28th Venice Biennale's Lithuanian and French pavilions and some issues that are surrounding these. The contemporary art, as she says, responds to challenges that humanity faces, such as virus, climate change, environment, and many others. Now, to this presentation, we're going to hear a question from a participating artist to this Biennale, who is Baptiste de Bombogue. So let's listen to this.
From my point of view, the disappearance of materials in the work of art, sculpture, installation is a mirror of our decadent times, the era of abundance and overproduction and mass consumption since the 60s. Today, it's a flood of waste. So, even if during the year 90s, 2000, this proliferation of matters and materials was a paradise for artists, very quickly we found ourselves in a world of waste. Waste is only part of the consequence of this mass consumption by baby boomers the biggest being the impact of the climate and the loss of ecosystem. Artists are catalysts of this consequence and reinvent an imagination based on this consequence. But even tied with color, light and fantasy, I personally find a certain disturbing disappearance of the materiality of the work in favor of an image. It's very frustrating. I have the feeling to see more and more sculpture or a type of installation transforming into an illusion of matter because in reality it remains waste. Certainly revisited and colored, but waste, empty of a fertile substance. The resulting post-catastrophic landscape worries me because I believe I can read through this production a certain complacent pessimism. However, the environmental and societal situation of our time needs an artist bringing a positive energy to this century. Obviously, we never ask artists to have an optimistic or positive works, but this form of disillusion or the materiality of the work is erased in favor of an image, a decor, scare me because it seems to take a pleasure in a grandiose nihilism.
Thank you very much, Baptiste Dibonbog, for the question that you have asked to Professor Kim Mi-jin's presentation. The gist of his question is that the aesthetic meaning contained in the aesthetic non-sculpture concept is also important, but the question is really focused on what the contemporary art pursues in our society and some of the universal challenges that we face. So thank you very much for that question. Now let's hear back from Professor Kim on what she thinks of this question. So far, artists have had plenty of opportunities to go outside their studios or take part in exhibitions held in different places, be it large-scale biennales or exhibitions at art museums. The latest trend in sculpture exhibitions go beyond simply displaying 3D or lumpy sculptures. It's now experimenting with different genres such as painting, construction, design, or multimedia, and offering hands-on experience to visitors through participatory or works-in-progress programs, making it more daring, diverse, and colorful. Due to the COVID-19 restrictions, many exhibitions were canceled or turned into new forms, including online or reservation-only programs. The current situation may be frustrating to artists who are often used to introducing their works in offline venues. In democratic era, the audience wants cultural events that best serve their needs. National and public art museums prefer online exhibitions using non-traditional media without spending too much money in transporting or creating artworks due to the limited budget. And as a result, there may be fewer opportunities for artists to take part in offline exhibitions. As an expert, I fully understand your concern and fear that the materiality of the work is now replaced with an image or a decor, as it may suggest taking pleasure in a grandiose nihilism. The socio-environmental reality of our time demands artists to bring a positive energy. However, artists should continue doing their work while carefully embracing and studying the zeitgeist rather than simply accepting it as it is. Of course, experts' opinions and roles matter. However, it is also important to remember that we're living in a time where the role of the public overshadows that of expert. So artists need to be selective in their work. Artists need to shape the content and form of their work in line with the zeitgeist while maintaining their identity. It's completely up to the artist to decide what kinds of materials to use in what way to best express themselves. There hasn't been a time where artists didn't face any hardships. Nevertheless, the history shows that creative works have always played a crucial role in shaping the culture of that time. Artists will receive support if they create a unique and artistic value in line with the zeitgeist, regardless of the themes, materials, or expressions that they use. I often visit artist studios nearby and they say they can experiment with new ideas and immerse themselves in their work thanks to the hardships that they experience these days. Also, I get an impression that artists keep contributing to the development of the contemporary art by creating and showcasing their works that are more elaborate and energetic as they triumph over the crisis.
We've heard from Ms. Kim Mi-jin, her presentation titled Curating Reflection on Expansion of Sharing and Intrinsic Sense, Lithuanian and French Pavilions at the 58th Venice Biennale, and Mr. Baptiste Debonberg's question, followed by Ms. Kim's response. Let us now move on to the sixth presentation of the conference. Dr. Choi Chang-hee from Korean Sensibility Policy Research Institute will give a presentation on non-sculpture in public art projects with a focus on the public art and sculptures in the case of Münster Sculpture Project. My name is Chang-hee Choi, and the topic of my presentation is non-sculpture in public art projects. My name is Choi, and the topic of my presentation is non-sculpture in public art projects. Now I'd like to talk about the public art and sculpture seen in the case of Münster Sculpture Project. Public art is the works that are generally installed and displayed in public places. In the 1930s, when it emerged during the economic crisis, public works for artists aimed at providing jobs to unemployed artists in the US. This is considered the beginning of the history of public art. And in 1963, the US GSA established the Art and Architecture Program, and in 1967, the US NEA organized the Art in Public Places program in order to improve the quality of people's lives. Since then, public art has changed and expanded into various directions and forms, including urban regeneration and as means of communication with local communities. Based on these concepts and forms, the earlier forms of public art would be monumental sculpture. And I'd like to address non-sculpture in a public art as a form of art in a public place. The focus of my discussion will be on the Münster Sculpture Project, which is a public art project. When talking about public art, we hear a lot about site specificity, and a good example is Richard Serra's tilted arc. The concept of site-specific expanded from the early discussion of the relationship between work and place, producing many meanings. Richard Serra's tilted arc is a work that has caused much discussion on site specificity and has provided many topics about works in public spaces. As such, public art as a work placed in a public space cannot be discussed only as artworks. In other words, the work should be discussed together with the space that is not the work itself, as well as the environment that encompasses the space. I will return to this discussion on environment later. One of the most well-known public art projects, the Münster Sculpture Project, does not deviate from the issue of artworks displayed in public places, and further presents the issue of location and sculpture in every 10 years of hosting. Because of the city of Münster and the historical situation at the time of the event, the works installed in public places created more discussion. This is related to two works of art and two events. And the two events are not only historical events of Münster, but also formed the urban identity that continues till this day. The first case can be the signing of the Peace of Westphalia Treaty in 1648. It was the treaty that ended the 30-year war, which began in 1618, and Münster became a neutral zone and held peace talks. The city's pride in this event allowed the citizens of Münster to openly criticize the Nazi government. In retaliation, the city became a military base during World War II and was bombed, which destroyed 80 to 90% of the city. What does this historical event have to do with the Münster sculpture project? This is because artistic attempts exist in the reconstruction process of the city, and their artistic attempts, namely the Münster sculpture project and the installation of works, are interrelated with the context of this historical background. Let's take a look at the two works. The Münster residents protested the installation of Henry Moore's work, which was presented by the German government because it looked bizarre. Klaus Bußmann, then director of the Peace of Westphalia State Museum of Art, and the curator Caspar Koenig had a long preparation period while planning the modern sculpture exhibition. And the starting point was the installation of George Ricky's kinetic work. George Ricky's work was supposed to be 130,000 marks at the time. The citizens strongly opposed the installation of the work in the city because it was too expensive. Münster is also a city represented by its medieval images. The war-torn old town was rebuilt to its earlier form, and these city images and bizarre modern art were not easily matched. Furthermore, due to the Nazis' political art policy of decadent art, people who had no access to modern or avant-garde art before had hard time understanding these works. Against this backdrop, Henry Moore's work and George Ricky's installation process go beyond simply installing esoteric modern sculptures in public places. Modern art, through its exhibition and installation of artworks, can be understood as an implementation of shifting times and society beyond the simple meaning of art education. Bußmann and Koenig presented the role of art in public places as a keyword, seeking to establish possible interactions between art city and the public. Therefore, Bußmann persuaded citizens through discussions for quite a long time and eventually led to the hosting of the Münster Sculpture project in 1977. The debate over George Ricky's work has drawn attention to the theme of modern sculpture and art in a public place, and even influenced the hosting of the Münster Sculpture project. The process seeking the consent of the residents without giving up or pushing it for it blindly in the process of installing the works in the 1970 and 1973 to promote modern art is quite meaningful. Furthermore, the Münster Sculpture project, after the process of persuasion, was decided to be held every 10 years. Münster City suggested holding it every 5 years, like Kassel Documenta, but Caspar Koenig flatly refused, saying 10 years is the time needed for sculpture and society to change. The Münster Sculpture Project was launched in 1977 and held its 5th edition in 2017. The Münster Sculpture Project, held every 10 years, presented various meanings and values for sculptures and artworks installed in public places during each event, including art in a public place in 1977, site specificity in 1987, place after place in 1997, and new possibility of art in public place in 2000. And its 2017 edition had even more implications because it clearly reveals the meaning of sculpture in urban space, or the meaning generated by sculpture and art placed in a space. The 2017 edition focused on the concepts of body, time, and place in these environments, such as the high speed of communications resulting in globalization and digitalization. And these concepts derive the theme of out of body, out of time, out of place. The works presented with this concept are sculptures, but at the same time not sculptures, and they are also accompanied by formality and materiality, but have a meaning beyond just materiality. Lara Favoretto's temporary monument, The Stone, looks like a regular modern sculpture on the surface. As the title implies, the work is only a temporary and brief monument, and it is destroyed and disappears after the exhibition ends, creating a lasting value through such destruction. If the destruction so far has been caused by human violence, the artist's work means destruction for coexistence and continuity. This typical modernist masonry can be seen close up, and you can see a hole where you can put money in. When the exhibition is complete, the work is broken down, the stone is reused, and the money raised is donated to charity organizations that help refugees. The work is different from the conventional monuments, which are intended to honor the heroes and events of the past and have a fixed characteristic. However, Favoretto's work has a lasting meaning as it commemorates the present, and the very commemoration is destroyed. The destruction of the work can be read as criticism on the conventional monument, but what is even more significant is that it commemorates the donating public, which continues through actual donations. The monumental work not only commemorates the present, but also continues to exist when it is destroyed, ensuring the very function of commemoration. Thus, this work creates meaning as a work it is and continues to mean it, not as a work. Such destruction and continuation are the main concepts raised by the 2017 Münster Sculpture Project, which is to reason with the concept of sculpture and, by extension, the public art. Pierre Hugues' work that transformed a huge closed ice rink into a post-Armageddon scene, and Koki Tanaka's 9-day workshop on how to live together, borrowed from Roland Barthes' book, manifest such meanings. This piece is, I think, worth delving into. It is by Alexandra Pirici, and it's called Leaking Territories, which featured a performance of body sculpture. Pirici's work, presented at Münster's Old City Hall, repeats that the bodies of the 6 performers occupy the space and then move constantly or build and destroy areas. And likewise, the whole space becomes a work, and visitors also become part of it by penetrating into their space. Performers of various nationalities fuse the past and the present, shouting, "Here we are," bringing together the definition and meaning of the word given by the audience on the spot and various scenes associated with it, as if Googling the words. Words are even linked and extended like hypertext. The hypertext also summons historical events of 1648. The space where the exhibition is held is the Room of Peace, in which the Peace of Westphalia Treaty was signed, marking the end of the 30-year religious war. The artist points out that the war was actually a territorial war rather than a religious war, and extends its reach to the current refugee issue. The dance of the performers forms the human body collage as a sculpture and architecture in a site-specific space through the collective structures and boundaries they build and dismantle, and also functions as various media as a living search device. The new public sculpture that connects Münster's history and place, which can be raised as a body sculpture, connects the war-torn history of the past, territorial war, and the present refugee issues, and the works of public art in the Münster sculpture projects link the history and society of the place that are external to the work, raising the issue of humanity, community, destruction, and continuity. The meaning can be understood by reconnecting the background of the Münster sculpture project with its process. Henry Moore and George Rickey's works form the meaning of the work in their processes. This modernist works cannot be understood only by their appearance. The meaning of the work goes beyond its appearance and encompasses all the processes of donation, installation, and controversy. The same is true of the concept of public art. As early public art soon expanded to a program called Art in the Public Place, the physical nature of sculpture expanded into space and further expanded into art in the community. These non-sculpture in public art have the concept that embraces the place and time beyond the actual works. Let's go back to Richard Serra's work. The discussion of site specificity brought up during the installation and demolition of this work includes discussion of art autonomy in addition to the relationship between artworks and places. This encompasses both works of art placed in public and art as a whole, which are linked to the discussion of media itself in modernist art. Greenberg proposed the uniqueness of each piece of art by arguing about the media itself. This is flatness for painting and materiality for sculpture, which Lancier interprets differently. Just like Greenberg, he proposes the definition of art through questions about the media, but the logic is completely different. Through the issue of the media itself, Lancier argues that the media is no longer a means for a purpose. Through this, with a perspective on the material itself, he draws conflicting issues from the much discussed separation of art from mimesis. In other words, the separation of art from mimesis means the separation of techne, called art, from a techne of the laws of matter and tools. Through these media issues, Lancier explains two situations. In other words, art is art only when it is art. The other is that art is art only when it is not art. This type of logic leads to the following definition. Art is art when it is art and not art at the same time. This can link between sculpture and non-sculpture and further improves understanding of artworks placed in public places. In other words, Lancier goes beyond the concept of the medium as a tool and the means and presents a third concept of media as an environment, which creates the position where the artwork is placed under the definition of art and not art, namely the media concept and meaning of art as a means of participating in the deployment of a particular environment. What's interesting is that the concept of site specificity was proposed similarly in the initial discussion. It is that site-specific art becomes a part of the environment in a way that is formalized or directed by the context of the surrounding environment, whether it assimilates or disturbs. The way it assimilates or disturbs can be understood as being part of the environment and not part of it, and furthermore, it can be interpreted as art and not art. True public art and even art will be able to function when it is art as well as not art, when it is a means as well as art as a medium itself, which means when it functions as a medium as an environment. In this context, it is also possible to understand sculpture and non-sculpture, public art and art as a whole. This concludes my presentation. Thank you. That was a presentation given by Dr. Choi Chang-hee from Korea Sensibility Policy Research Institute. She walked us through in her in-depth study on the possibility of non-sculpture within the new public significance of modern sculptures that move away from the traditional sculptures that are monumental, symbolic, or authoritative, and that deemed to be public assets. Now, Ms. Anka Lesniak, sculptor from Poland, will now pose a question for further discussion. She is also one of the participating artists of this year's Biennale.
Choi Chang-hee refers to the realizations presented during the Münster Sculpture Projects 2017 and compares that year's edition to the history of this event. It's a great coincidence that I also visited Münster in 2017, where the projects very close to my artistic concept had been presented. The projects such as I See Ekmans on Water, not mentioned in the text but one of those that really impressed me, Lara Favaretto's Momentary Monuments, The Stone, and Alexandra Pirici's Sticking Territories, we can define as participatory and interactive art. All of these projects represent also inclusive ways of thinking, and what is also worth to mention, all have been created by women. I See Ekman's work became visible only when people entered the jetty installed a few centimeters under the water. They looked as if they walked on the surface of water. Through this action, they both revealed and erased the border between industrial and bustling sides of the city, divided by the regulated river. Lara Favaretto's work seemed to look as a real sculpture, abstract but still made of stone, classical sculpture material, and rather designed for contemplation than inviting people to any action. However, this sculpture was also functional. It served as a big money box where passers-by could drop money for charity into it through a slot. The main sense of existence of this work revealed only when it was destroyed and money was given to the refugees and asylum seekers. Thus, the sculpture as an object disappears, but the social sculpture close to Joseph Beuys's ideas emerges. Alexandra Pirici works with the context of a given space and its history, and draws our attention to the question of power and traditional hierarchy, which is reflected in European historical architecture. To these stable and novel spaces, she invites people who, with the use of elements of dance and voice, challenge their character and redefine them. Referring to the notion of non-sculpture and the public space, I would include to this field also my interventions on the facades of abandoned buildings in Poland and accompanying them performance pieces with local communities. Through the use of abandoned houses, I reminded the stories of women erased from the history, but important from the perspective of contemporary discourses. My interventions, intended as another layer of the facade treated as palimpsests, were designed for slow disappearing. Not only installation on the facades were important, but also the local context, people who participated in the events, and symbolical revitalization of the place and relationships. All elements together created social interstices defined by Burio as spaces that facilitate human social interaction.
That was Ms. Anka Lesniak, who posed a thought-provoking question. Her question touches upon the concept of public sculpture with a focus on the aesthetics of relationship discussed by Nicolas Briot.
So we just heard from Mr. Che Chang-hee, who delivered the presentation on the previous session, and the question was raised by Anka Rezniak. We appreciate your very passionate and active discussions. Now moving on to the seventh session, we're going to hear from the presenter, Mr. Idria Diallo, who is the Commissioner of African Region for this year's Changwon Sculpture Biennale. And the topic is Question on Material and the Discourse on African Artists.
Good morning, all. I would first of all like to thank Dr. Kim for his generous invitation, with whom I worked at one or two exhibitions in Dakar, one of which was during the 13th edition of the Dakar Biennale. Allow me to congratulate all the members of the organizing committee and curatorial team for the magnificent work despite the health crisis. For his presentation, I would like to introduce three African artists, Momar Seck, Senegal, Christian Djoumani, Cameroon, and Paulin Momine, Ivory Coast, who question the material in their effort. African culture is no longer simply achievements, one metal or generally in wood. In contemporary African art today, we are witnessing realization also linked to the concept of non-sculpture with a system of appropriation of materials from the immediate environment. Emptiness and adopts transparency and movement. These metallic materials, textiles, plastics, wood, in the same way as the void, which has become a material. A sculpture, the surrounding space. Thus, the approach of non-sculpture in contemporary African art brings into play all the aspects acting are materials apart from those cited in the dictionary, malleable and workable without being palpable in the touch but made visually perceptible. It is also about emptiness, air, movement, and time. This is the origin of the birth of contemporary African sculpture, reacting within a universal framework and whose works are intended for the wider world and are not limited to local consumption. These sculptures works are part of the World Heritage because they achieve the right aesthetics, not for one locality, but for everyone. The great contemporary plastic preoccupations of African plastic artists such as harmony, balance and rhythm also please people living in other parts of the world. They advocate an open approach, and this approach, as Ibanjai artists point out, must about all be Simon moves with enriching the experience and aesthetic culture of the artist in contact with creators from other continents. Because creativity is neither white nor black, but the daughter of passion, learning, and constant rigor. It requires a consensual person, discipline on the part of the artist in order to then leave this discipline and try to fly away. The discipline is only the springboard that allows one to extract oneself from oneself. The three African artists questioning materials. My proposal by three sculpture of contemporary African art is intended to be a crossroad of African cultural expression who should not be forgotten is an area where the excellence of his creativity has been noticed very early on, since at least the 19th century, a privileged moment of confrontation and blossoming of the most current expression of African creative diversity. It brings together sculpture to better fit the theme of the Biennale non-sculpture. It is a marvelous opportunity to be able to open up and enrich oneself thanks to the contact and viewpoint of these creators and professionals from African and the African diaspora. We will confront the community with multiple questions about African art, which are those organized around the meaning of the future of creation, its originality, its borrowings and appropriation in the face of the globalized world and the very advanced evolution of the plastic art in the world. It is not a question of comparing African art in general to these other artists' expression from elsewhere in the world, but of conceiving the speciality of an art in its local development and its diaspora, its capacity to resist the deleterious effects and globalization, without, however, being reluctant to confront other vision of artistic expression from wherever they come from. These visual artists also perceive links between man and nature, between man, spirit, and materials, and weave a contemporary African practice which they like to claim as their own. It is a concretization of a fruit according to which there is indeed a relationship between the visible and the invisible, an alliance between the beauty of the materials and the magic of the rhythm that ensure the balance of the works. The African artist that I am proposing for this biennial Mamasek Senegal, which emphasizes the notion of plural unity towards singular diversity, which translates into several pieces of wood grouped together to form a single element, the bundle. This is how the artist approached the theme of the unity in diversity. Momarsek's works is specially based of salvaged materials from this implies immediate use objects in our environment for plastic purpose. These are objects of our company that are used or reused, and when they are thrown away, I collect them to make plastic proposal where in a consumer society use. The environment is not just about recycling the global, it is rather to have an artist option and a plastic vision with means that are more or less close. It is an artistic choice, one objects that are more accessible and within reach. The artist is used to working of themes that are related with society. The pieces of wood and the fabric he used are just metaphor alluding the main kit and the relationship that it follows these frail, breakable, and individually treated pieces and wood knows that there is strength in unity. He makes it know about his commitment. I just say that my social work is an extension of my artistic work because as a person, as an artist, I believe in links, mutual aid, support, and collaboration. A theme of fits well with the work of Christian Germany Cameroon, was his developing a creative and convivial bank project whose aim is to enable the reunification of individuals and families. With him, it is a question of union which makes the strength of Kuni, a dialect of Cameroon, which means together, to commune, to regroup, to share in fraternity. Paulin Momine, Ivory Coast, who also works with salvaged materials, we cannot that around the 80-90 periods of dazzling creation for contemporary art in Africa, certainly a poorly plastic will guide this choice of working with salvaged objects. But let us point out the context of this country which we used to take into account. The country were in a period of essentially economic difficulties. A new economy, call it the economy of resourcefulness, appeared. Its starting point was the rise of objects from the so-called consumer society. It is an economy that he is both popular and rudimentary. It is the midst of these material and economic difficulties the art of recuperation was also born in this most notable degree, given the difficulties in supplying consumable goods. What these artists have in common is the fact of immersing the spectator in cultural realities that evoke memories and traces of life. And beyond this appearance and reflection, one reality. The work posed a debate on contemporary creation at the antipodes of the uncomfortable cult of identity cultivated here and there. Space-time, interdisciplinary and pluridisciplinary, the object, the public, the novelty of the author's gesture, everything is evoked. Thus this distribute sharing of artist practice and conviction, which naturally leads to contemporary African art. They confront us with the evidence of the richness and vitality inherent to our artistic practice and its contemporaneity. And if individual initiatives are multiplying on the front of the artist scene, they are nonetheless claiming a substratum to commonly share reflection without constituting a school. Christian Falgariet Lovo at the exhibition of Senegalese art at the Musée d'Aper says of this reflection, they constantly question the environment, society and its transformation. They look at the urban world, Dakar and the daily life of many other African countries that have shared the same difficulties and expectation. I just tell for my conclusion, this generation of artists that I introduced chose different approach and technique, but they also began to question the material beyond what we learn in art school to adopt it in the concept of the light or flexible sculpture. And this work opens another windows in their research which will continue to attract more and more the public as their career develop. I just tell you again, thanks for the Dr. Kim for his invitation and the team of the curatorial and the member of the committee of organization of the Biennale. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Idrissa Diallo, for your very insightful presentation. He shed us a light on how African contemporary artists use various materials for their sculptural works. And he also focuses that the African artists that not only use tangible but also intangible materials with an experimental spirit. So thank you very much for your presentation once again. Now on this we're going to hear questions coming from Professor Lee Han-soo from Incheon Catholic University. Let's hear from him.
현대 아프리카 미술에서의
You
비조각의
mentioned in
개념과
contemporary
함께
African
가까운
art today
주변
we're
환경,
witnessing
즉
realizations
뷰에서 재료를
also linked
찾고
to the concept of
투명성과
non-sculpture
움직임이라는
with the
의미를
system
도입하고
of
있고
appropriation
금속
of
재료,
materials from the
섬유,
immediate
플라스틱,
environment,
목재 등
emptiness and
다양한
adapts
재료로
transparency
주변
and
공간을
movement. These
조각한다.
metallic materials
라는
textile,
설명을 잘
plastics, wood
들었습니다.
in the same way as the
현대 미술의
void which has become
재료적인
a material
측면에서
sculpted
전 세계적
surrounding
흐름과
space.
같이 가고
And thank you
있다는
for that
느낌이 듭니다.
explanation. I agree
이러한
with your
형식과
point that in
재료의
terms of
관점에서
material used in the
아프리카
contemporary
정체성
art,
표현을
it's in
위한
line
어떠한
with the
전략을
global
읽어낼 수
trend.
있는지
My question
궁금합니다.
is, from the perspectives of format and the materials mentioned above, what are the
아프리카
strategies
예술가들의
used to express
공통점은
African
기억과 삶의
identity?
흔적을 환기시키는
Second, you also
문화적
mentioned in
현실성에
your
몰두한다는
presentation the
것이다.
following. What these
외양을
artists have
뛰어넘어
in common is
현실을
the fact
반추할 때
immersing the
작품은
spectator
이곳저곳에서
in cultural
심어드는 불편한
realities
정체성의
that evoke
추종이라는
memories and
양극에서
traces of
현대
life, and
창작품에
beyond this
대한 토론의
appearance
장을
and a
열어준다.
reflection on reality,
공간,
the work
시간,
poses a debate on
학자간,
contemporary creation
다학자간, 대상,
at the
대중,
antipose of the
작가의 표현에
uncomfortable
대한
cult of
참신함을
identity
포함한 그 모든
cultivated
요소를
here and there,
환기시켜주고
space,
있다.
time,
라고 설명을 들었습니다. 불편한 정체성의 추종 더 uncomfortable cult of identity cultivated 이란 문구가 중요하게 들리는데 이것에 대한 추가 설명을 조금 더 들을 수 있는지 부탁드립니다.
Identity strikes out to be important. Could you maybe elaborate on this phrase, what that means? Thank you very much, Professor Lee Han-soo from Catholic University, for your question. I believe his question really reminded us of the importance of the points that were raised by Idrissa Diallo, and he also wanted to have some clarification on some of the points raised at the presentation. Now let's hear back from Idrissa Diallo.
For me, it's about expressing as an artist while remaining yourself. That's what allows us to keep our identity. This is what the President Leopold Sédar Senghor called it rooting and openness.
Thank you for the fascinating discussion. Mr. Idrissa Diallo gave a presentation on the three African artists who questioned materials, and then Mr. Ihansu posed a discussion questions to which Mr. Diallo gave his response. Thank you. Let us now move on to the eighth presentation of the conference. Professor Lee Soon Kim from Hongik University will give a presentation on the aesthetics of paradox and resistance, non-sculptures of Seung-taek Lee.
안녕하세요. 저는 홍익대학교에
Good
재직
afternoon.
중인
My name is Kim
한국근현대미술사
Yi-soon and I'm
연구자
a professor at Hongik University and I study Korean modern art history. The title of my presentation, The Aesthetics of Paradox and Resistance, and I'd like to talk about Seung-taek Lee's non-sculpture. Seung-taek Lee, born in 1932, is almost 90 years old, yet he continues to challenge established art concepts in sculpture materials and methods, and even initiate a new concept of art. Although Seung-taek Lee majored in sculpture at Hongik University, he declared his work non-sculpture and worked on sculptures that deviated from the traditional concept of sculpture. In this presentation, we will take a look at the non-sculptures in Seung-taek Lee's work and what he was trying to convey through his non-sculpture. Due to time limit, I will read the prepared manuscript. Seung-taek Lee implemented non-sculpture in terms of techniques, materials, and concepts. He mainly produced his works by binding and tying using voluminous materials such as paper, cloth, string, vinyl, and hair, as well as materials that are not fixed and cannot be held, such as fire, smoke, or wind. Or he completed his work just by intervening in a particular place. In this presentation, I would like to examine these aspects in three sections. First, let me tell you about binding and tying. Lee's binding and tying go back to his work, History and Time, which was presented at the graduation exhibition of his art college. It is a block of white plaster in the form of parabola painted in red and blue, and then entire surface is covered with barbed wire. The barbed wire is a material that reminds us of the cold and cruel reality such as confinement or access ban, which also primarily symbolizes the Cold War and divided Korea. But it also reflects the personal experience of the artist who came down to South Korea alone, leaving his family behind in Hamgyeongnam-do during the Korean War. It was around 1970 that Seung-taek Lee began to produce his works by binding and tying in earnest. The idea of making sculptures by tying up the objects was inspired by the traditional shape of stone warp weights used for weaving outdoor mat. In fact, he made a sculpture that imitates the stone weights by carving out the middle part of the round stone and then tying them with a string. He also produced a piece that tricks your eye that the granite mass looks soft by grinding the middle part of the solid granite and tying it with a real rope. The most eye-catching work in his works that are tied up is a female nude full-length sculpture or a female torso wrapped around by a string. In fact, the execution is so elaborate that it seems like a real woman's naked body is wrapped by a string and tied up, which is quite shocking. This can be seen as a resistance to Western traditional ideas of contemplating beauty through nude images of women, while also being sadist. However, Lee's intention was to break down stereotypes about objects with contraction and expansion caused by tying them with straps. Eye tricking with binding and tying led to tying ceramic pots. In common sense, just as it is impossible to tie a human body around with a string, neither can a smooth, hard porcelain be bound. Not only the ceramics, but also saw blades and kitchen knives, as you can see on the screen, were pulled with a string to make them look furrowed. This is also impossible. In this regard, the eye tricking of tying objects up can be interpreted as a reversal of an object's property and a question on the human perception or belief in what we see with our eyes. Lee expanded his object of binding to books, cash bills, and canvas, which can be interpreted as a satirical manifestation of human desire to grab or seize something, knowledge, material, or fame. As such, binding and tying that reverse conventional wisdom or change concepts continued in the 1980s. However, rather than expressing it in an eye-tricking way, his works around this time were about tying a cloth around a rope or pipe, or tying knots with a string or cotton thread. This is a scene from his solo exhibition in 1982. After wrapping the surface of aluminum pipes with a thick cloth and tying the cloth together to form a knot, and then wrapped in white cotton thread, this was installed on the corners where walls, ceilings meet, or lowered from the ceiling. But leaving the existing exhibition space empty and installing them on walls or floors, the entire exhibition space had been tied up with a knotty pipe. Just as Picasso welded wire to do the space drawing, it can be said that the exhibition space itself was made of knotted lines. In 2016, he made thorny rope as an extension of his knot and string work. A 1,500-meter long rope crisscrosses the entire circular exhibition space of Namjoon Park's work Dadaiksan at Gwacheon National Museum of Modern and Contemporary Art. It gave some variety to the lines by tying knots and wrapping the ropes with knots or threads, and enriched the space in a formative way. It is interesting to note that while binding Namjoon Park's work symbolically with the rope, it is bringing new tension into the space. Next, let's take a look at the works of smoke, wind, and fire. Lee introduced elements that are hard to imagine as a sculptor, such as smoke, fog, wind, and fire, using fluid materials started in the 1960s and in the work called Smoke, as you can see on the screen. It was only after the 1970s that this was implemented in earnest. One of the most iconic work is his Wind series, an installation work of a 100-meter long rope between Hongik University buildings in 1970s, on which cloth pieces were hung to be flapping at the wind. Later, he hung paper, cloth, and vinyl on tree branches and worked in a more variety of ways, including flapping long clothes in the wind. Of course, Seung-taek Lee is not the only one with the idea of visualizing the invisible and expressing the uncontrollable wind as a sculpture. Christo and Jean-Claude introduced the fluttering of cloth and wind sound into their works in Running Fence. The flutter of a cloth spread out in a huge space was spectacular, and the sound of wind hitting the cloth was not short of experiencing the great nature. However, before Running Fence, Lee visualized the wind in a very simple way and brought nature itself directly to his work. Also, as Lee himself mentioned many times, wind is meaningful because it was inspired by traditional Korean culture, such as the flags at village shrines and ritual ceremony for big catch in the sea. Also, Seung-taek Lee worked with fire. The idea of lighting the plywood and floating it on the Han River was drawn in a sketch in 1964 and was executed in 1974. In the 80s, Seung-taek Lee began working with fire for his works, such as Fire and Self-Burning. As an example of the 1984 Fire series, there is a work called Burning Stone Statues, for which he set fire to stone statues guarding a grave. These statues are believed to protect the spirits of ancestors and are traditionally a symbol of sanctity. To set fire to these stone figures is a humor that is hard to imagine, and it is a methodology of rejection and resistance to the establishment. In 1989, he burned his works in Nanjido and the Changwon Total Museum of Art for about 10 days straight. It was literally a performance art of burning works that could be the artist's own alter ego. In the process of adding gasoline to the work and burning them down, the flames, smoke, and heat, sound, and smell were the elements that formed that artwork. Regarding this work, Self-Burning, Lee said, "Today, art is becoming a source of pollution in the end, and I wanted to burn even those pieces that look good now because I didn't want to see them again." However, the performance of burning and discarding his own works, which are literally the artist's alter ego, would not have been easy for the artist. Self-burning can be interpreted as a shamanistic act, and it is in line with the Buddhist ritual of cremation. Meanwhile, it is also a challenge to the existing system or concept that art should be preserved permanently in a museum. Lastly, I'd like to talk about the spatial ready-made. Lee sometimes made art piece almost without a production process or with only a little intervention. This can be found in his photographic works, which can be said to be the epitome of non-sculpture. For example, Mokunori, which you can see on the screen, is a result of intervening to a pencil factory where wood was being dried. He entered a circular structure that has already been built and created a small structure inside and photographed it. Sometimes such pieces were made by simply intervening in a place without any formative work. For example, you can see a work called Protection of Ancient Tree, in which Lee stands next to an old tree wrapped in straw and tied in rope for the winter. In short, such as Duchamp chose ready-made items such as urinal, Lee made the place itself a work of art by photographing the place or the artist himself entering the place, which can be called a spatial ready-made. In other words, a place was chosen and conceptually privatized. Lee chose a place where unusual structures were installed, such as the places in the work's seaweed cultivating structure and in the ginseng field, and he went inside that place and took pictures. The places chose were usually interesting places in terms of form and shape, so even without any performance, the place itself can be a work of art. Sometimes he chose steep hills, like protected land, or places covered with vinyl to prevent soil erosion at construction sites. This choice may not just stem from an interest in formality. It is evoking human selfishness by interfering in places covered with vinyl or cloth as if humans who have damaged nature were trying to heal them. To conclude my presentation, I'd like to say that Lee has been asking existential questions all his life using his non-sculptures. His work, sometimes humorous, sometimes sadistic, sometimes eerie, sometimes majestic, has expanded our perception by shocking our senses and common sense. Embracing Mother Nature in a formless sculpture and even expressing sound and movement. Furthermore, Lee's non-sculpture makes us look inside. If a series of binding and tying is an expression of possession and desire to seize something, the opposite is that the series of smoke, wind, and fire shows the meaning of non-possession, futility, and extinction. Meanwhile, spatial ready-made transcended the concept of ownership and non-materiality. As such, Seung-taek Lee's work resists the existing materials and techniques while expressing paradoxical feelings created by conflicts of concept and substance, material and subject matter, sense and perception. Thank you. Thank you for the interesting presentation. Professor Kim comprehensively described the works of Seung-taek Lee, who incessantly carried out experiments and challenges with sculpture and helped establish non-sculpture in the Korean art scene. Now, Saint Machine, artist from Romania, will pose some discussion questions. She is also one of the participants of Changwon Sculpture Biennale 2020.
What's really cool about Seung-taek Lee's works is this feeling you get that he just loves to play with materials. And paradoxically, this is what gives you a sense of the immaterial. The way I see it, he's almost bending the properties of matter because he's using materials but for their transformative potential, and this reveals the dynamic processes that forms are part of. He seems to zoom out and place those solid, stagnant properties of matter on a much larger time scale where things get dynamic and more interesting because you have a much wider and comprehensive perception of things. I would say that his work with transient materials like smoke or wind or fire is not as much about dematerialization, but about using the dynamics of matter. It's a way to look at form as an instance of a much larger dynamic process. He's capturing processes, not forms, eventually. This is what I think. Even his practice to incorporate already existing objects or structures in his works takes me to the same idea of process, because he shows the potential of transformation of those objects. He's questioning their existing form and simply showing the progression of an idea.
That was Saint Machine who raised the question for the presenter. She views Seung-taek Lee as someone whose work encompasses aesthetical meaning that goes beyond a simple transfer of the non-sculpture concept to non-materiality that refuses material. Now let us hear the response from the presenter. I understand Saint Machine offered her take on the works of Seung-taek Lee rather than asking a specific question about my presentation. With regards to Lee's use of transient materials like wind, smoke, or fire, Korean critics usually describe that he experimented with immaterials. It's interesting that Saint Machine regarded it as using the dynamics of matter. Lee himself defined such works as non-sculptures. Saint Machine interpreted that he captured processes and showed the progression of an idea. I agree with her observations and appreciate her sending me a question that helped me look at these works through a fresh perspective.
Thank you very much for that answer. We just heard from artist Kim Mi-soon and Same Machine, who have just exchanged their dialogues and thoughts on the topic raised at the previous session. In fact, we all understand that Lee Seung-taek's concept of non-sculpture is very important to this year's Biennale as well, and the previous session had gave us an opportunity to have the in-depth discussions on this. In fact, there are many meaningful concepts of the contemporary art, such as prioritizing process over outcome and dematerializing strategy, and many others. So on these various aesthetic topics that are dear and near to us, we were able to have some very meaningful discussions. So thank you once again. Moving on to the 9th session, we're going to hear from Professor Nam In-suk of Dankook University, who is also an art critic in Korea. Her topic of the presentation is Expanded Sculpture and the Meaning of Non-Sculpture. So let's hear from Professor Nam. Hello everyone. Today I'll be talking about expanded sculpture and the meaning of non-sculpture. My name is Nam In-suk. I chose the subtitle Sculpture as a Negativity in order to clarify the meaning of non-sculpture. There are 5 sections to this presentation, and it has introduction at the beginning and there's conclusion at the very last. For the introduction part, the first section of medium, purity, and beyond will summarize how we can best understand non-sculpture. It's not really raising a question, but it'll be a summary of the understanding. My second section is titled Sculpture and Non-Sculpture that Exist as Negativity. Here, it talks about traditional sculpture that unfolds under the name of non-sculpture, and the term negativity here is emphasized as the main term to describe all of this situation. This is a term used by Rosalind Krauss, and as Krauss advances her argument, she says a psychoanalytic understanding must be supported. My third section of the presentation is titled Walter Benjamin, Photography and Surrealism. Here I deep dive into the second section, which was about sculpture as negativity, by giving contemporary art history's context. Although I will not be covering section 3 for this presentation in detail, I added this section in my thesis to show that there are already many examples of sculpture beyond medium purity and hybrid works that have come out of this, and it has already been introduced and experimented several times. So I wanted to point these out to clarify the point that I'm trying to make through this presentation. My fourth section will introduce artists known for their non-sculptural works. There are, of course, many wonderful artists, but I wanted to introduce to you today Kohei Nawa from Japan and Bu Ji-hyun from Korea. And finally, as a conclusion of a sort, I will be talking about unique characteristics of non-sculpture, which is more organized. And this is more for theoretical practice, and I will present expectations and basically the contents of the research. So that will be it for the presentation. Again, I will introduce to you Kohei Nawa and Bu Ji-hyun, and prior to that, I will talk about 3 sections which deal with understanding of non-sculpture as negativity. I will be verbally explaining my presentation, aided by the visual presentations that is prepared here on the screen. What you're seeing is a summary framework that Krauss introduced in her 1979 thesis titled Sculpture in the Expanded Field. This diagram is the basis of how she explains the new trend of art of the late 1960s. So it's a very simple diagram that has it all. Here the non-sculpture is the upper part, which composes of landscape, architecture, and complex. And these are all materialized in the form of place and complex. So again, it's a place and complex. That's what makes up non-sculpture. Now, how do these artworks as a complex emerge as a complex? Isn't the purity of medium basically a unity? It's all related to unity and complexity. Well, I'm not going to go into the theoretical explanations here. Anyways, what we can say non-sculpture basically refers to what unfolds in the upper part of the diagram. I'm sure there are many of you who already know this, but please do take a look at this. And then we have sculpture as negativity, which are not landscape and not architecture, written in the below part of the diagram. So here the word not is used when we negate something, when we deny the being of something. So it's saying that it's not landscape, it's not architecture. So this word not is summarized as negativity. And also let me add this negativity. And this is the most representative embodiment of unconsciousness in psychology. In fact, I will get back to this later in my presentation as we get into more details. Now allow me to read a few lines here. The non-sculpture developed beyond the purity of the medium is not the unity or complexity or autonomy, but rather it all unfolds within the environment, elements of sculpture, or elements within the work and the relationship with the audience. I'm talking about non-sculpture. Also, it doesn't unfold through human scales or perceptions, but in the scale of an industry that goes beyond human scales. It's also a term aiming at other aesthetic possibilities that are rediscovered in the form of a life that has been deprived of certain standards and that is abandoned. So we can understand non-sculpture as an expanded concept aimed at different aesthetic possibilities. Non-sculpture therefore refers to a series of work directions that go beyond medium purity. And this non-sculpture usually is manifested in the form of hybrid installations. For example, tricks and others can be good examples of hybrid installations. It also reveals things that were not thought of as elements of traditional paintings or even sculptures. But what's most important here is the term relationship. Therefore, non-sculpture is manifested in the form of an installation that occupies a space in a distributed manner while completely covering the entire space, or in the form of an event that occurs with an active intervention of time. Rosalind Krauss especially analyzed the meaning of extended field and non-sculpture in her paper published in 1979. The method of analysis she employs is logical inference. The table that you're looking at is the result of such process. Through logical association, sculpture and non-sculpture and extended field are inferred with consistency by Krauss. The non-sculpture that Krauss talks about is untitled, like the work of Robert Morris in 1965. Just imagine a mirror box. The mirror box is placed within an environment, so it looks like the environment or nature is reflected in the mirror. But it's not really the environment itself, right? So it exists as not environment. Also, imagine constructional work done indoors through beams. It is, or it may seem constructional or architectural method, but it really is not architecture, so that exists as non or not architecture. In other words, these are the method of negativity. So Krauss asks, can we actively substantiate things that are not? So that is the question that we begin with. So in the end, what is it that exists in a way that is not? This is, well, in the past, there were marks or signs that represented a place or monument. And in this context, non-sculpture exists as negativity. So that means it is deprived of a place. In other words, it's not tied to any specific place. Therefore, it does not need to be summarized in a specific meaning or definition. Again, for non-sculpture, there's no place, and so exists as not location. It's basically floating around. This is what Rosalind Krauss means by sculpture that exists as negativity. Sculptures that are neither architecture nor environment exist as a logical connection of negativity, and to materialize this is to reach positivity through double negativity. By negating negativity, we reach positivity, and architecture and landscape that are not now becomes architecture and landscape in a complex. This positivity that is called site construction, which is at the vertex, at the top of your table. So that's site construction. So basically, this shows constructing a place is in a relationship. In a relationship is hybrid or brand new way. The point here is within a relationship. Krauss mentions some good examples of this, such as Spiral Jetty by Robert Smithson, and also the Observatory by Robert Morris, Labyrinth by Elise Aiko, and etc. are some of the good examples of this. Here, what I want to add and remind the audience today is that this negativity in the extended field is, as Rosalind Krauss also mentions, what relieves pressure and helps to reach a new positivity. This space is a logical space and the space where the construction of the place unfolds. So, when it exists as negativity, the neuter or neutral idea of the sculpture finally exists. It's at the bottom of the diagram. And this transforms into a complex, one that has materialized from negativity into positivity. This section is where Rosalind Krauss's expanded field and non-sculpture truly unfolds. Rosalind Krauss explains that based on the medium purity as the thesis, what relieves the pressure is the complex, place, and construction. And these are what becomes new trend of sculpture. So, this goes back to the medium purity argument. I actually wrote this in my thesis, but we need to also deal with minimalism here and the contradiction embedded in it, and then how it is unfolding beyond and how it can be explained in a positive way while calling it negativity are some of the things that I wanted to draw your attention to. The next section is about Walter Benjamin, photography, and surrealism. That's the topic of the next section. I bring Walter here because it's related to the transformation from negativity to positivity by relieving one of the pressure and oppression, and the flow from autonomy to the complex and relationship. So I brought the Walter's example to help clarify this point. Here, this section introduces a photography, which functions as a new medium that has raised a fundamental question about medium purity. I take this case of Walter Benjamin and surrealism as very important perspectives for accepting, handling, and viewing photography. I'm not going to go into details here. Anyways, to add just one more thing, by reflecting upon the tradition, we can better grasp the non-sculpture concept that is developing these days and the more complex and advanced manifestation of non-sculpture. In this context, let me introduce two artists. They are Koei Nawa and Bujihyun. Koei Nawa is an artist who makes the gravity visible and tactile, and at the same time creates works that are meditative, psychological, and so to speak, material and spiritual, all in a relationship. Bujihyun is an artist who uses light to substantiate a space while at the same time transforms the space into an elusive one. So let me draw your attention to these two artists. Koei Nawa's Force, the work named Force, is something I want to talk about today. You're looking at her installation piece right in the slide. The piece looks like a single or standalone object, but in terms of the contents, it embraces all the relationships between the environment and surroundings. This work, Force, reveals invisible gravity as physical properties are being emphasized. It's very tactile and meditative work. It can be said it is a work in which instance and transcendence coexist. Koei Nawa's Force series was exhibited in Tokyo and London in 2015 and Germany in 2016, gaining the attention as a new form of sculpture. This piece uses silicone oil, and according to an interview with the artist, Koei accidentally discovered the material around the year 2000 while replacing the ink for her ballpoint pen. As you know, silicone oil is a viscose material, so when we let the oil flow out, it shows time very well and gravity very visually, which has long been an issue in the area of sculpture. So that's what is unique about silicone oil. And And Kohei obviously clearly understood the issue, and it seems that she's done it very well. And Kohei majored in sculpture, and the piece creates a sensational landscape by creating an organic phenomenon of water that flows down to water tank at a certain rate. And sensational here means material and tactile. The black fluids repeatedly fall at a constant velocity, and it seems to have stopped at one point. This material is very similar to the ink used a lot in the traditional Asian society, and it reminds of literary paintings or line drawings even. If we only look at the what's repeatedly falling, we will say this is static or minimalism object itself. However, as the audience steps into the space physically and starts to form an active relationship with this space, the space then becomes the subjective illusion or fantasy. Therefore, this artwork force is open work in which the various subjective interpretations are possible. The shapes of negativity created in the water tank are constantly changing, showing the accidental and unfixed change itself. And I think this is also Koinawa's brilliance in using the material as a solution. Koei always factors in sculptural elements and at the same time makes an element visible in the relationship. And I think this best shows the unfolding of the non-sculpture that we mean today. The installation work by Koinawa also uses silicone oil by pouring the oil onto the canvas. The diagonal line is done like this on the canvas, as you see on the slide, so it flows down. If you look at this, the parts where the silicone oil has passed are very, very different from the original base of the canvas where oil didn't go through. And because it's oil, it has a unique presence that seems to pop out. So Koei uses this to show making invisible visible or manifestation in a relationship. I'll move on to Bujihan. Koei deals with gravity and Bujihan's work deals with light. When it comes to light, Moholy Nagi's work called Light Propeller is very famous. I mentioned this in my other thesis. Well, let me introduce Bujian's work called The Ultimate Space. This is a light, a laser light, that flashes in your eyes in a fishing light. This is used to allure fish. With this light, Bujian substantiates the space. However, dematerialized and substantiated space that we can touch has a complex characteristic. Bujihan gives the title Ultimate Space from the beginning of the exhibition of this series. The first exhibition was held at the headquarters building of a very historic magazine called Space. And there's a meaning to it. The architect who built the office is a man named Kim Soo-gun, and he said he divided the space into 3 parts. The first part is space for life activities, the second is space for economic activities, and the third is called just the third space. But from our interpretation of an aesthetics perspective, the third space can be called play space. These 3 spaces together are called ultimate space. While holding an exhibition in the building that architect Kim Soo-gun built, Ms. Bujihan named his work Ultimate Space. I think this naming already suggests the direction of what Ultimate Space series is headed to. As I already briefly introduced, this ultimate space is a play space and also a third space. And in fact, the artist Bujian materializes the space using minimal light. And the audience touches the presence of the space. And that's what makes the work so great. Next, what does this have to do with non-sculpture trend of today? This space denies the fact that space has a materiality. And when the audience enters the space physically, the space transforms into something wholly different, making the interpretation as diverse as it can be. Therefore, even a minimal sculpture elements can work to reveal materiality of the space through light, and at the same time, it has to be at the same time, it can lead the audience to form a relationship with the space within a work. So that's all that I have to say. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Professor Nam, for that presentation. Professor Nam in Suk introduced us the concept of non-sculpture of the contemporary art, and she also covers special objects, Walter Benjamin's aesthetic arguments, and through this very comprehensive perspective, she was able to tell us about aesthetic arguments of various artists. And also, she introduces Kohei Nawa and Bu Jiyeon's art into the concept of the non-sculpture to remind us of what that really means. Now, to this presentation, there is a question to be raised by Japanese artist named Sukihara Yuta. He's also a participating artist to this year's Biennale. Let's hear from him.
Hi, this is Yuta. Nowadays, artists are required to express something connected with society, not the expression about the individual world. I read an interview of Mr. Nawa, the artist, and he said, "We find new themes or shapes, also sense of the beauty, while experiment of materials or processing. After that, if it's connected to society in our imagination, we form a new work." The message, also the theme, is not the first for forming artworks. It's about the materials and processing method, and technology is leading the artist's imagination these days. The paradigm shift made artists like this. And I think paradigm shift is not about technology and also materials. It's also about the ethics and the moral concepts, morality. Like SDGs are also being promoted in the global community, and environmental and ethical concepts is important issue in the field of art. In those society, I think it will happen some conflicts between rights and permission to use certain materials or technologies and the artist's desires to express themselves. For example, this is just one case. In our morality, it's not easy way to use human body or animals for our artworks as our materials. But a few years later, our moral might change to somewhere. I would like to hear about your opinion about the influence of paradigm shift on our morality and ethics to the sculpture field, not only about technologies and materials. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sugihara Yuta, for your meaningful question. As he said, as contemporary sculpture moves towards the direction of non-sculpture, the artists need to address how to deal with ethical issues regarding the use of materials and themes or topics for their artwork. This is something that we need to think about before moving towards. So now let's hear back from Professor Nam In-suk and see what she has to say about this question. Hello, Mr. Sugihara Yuta. First of all, thank you very much for taking time to read my thesis and for asking questions. I introduced two artists in this conference, namely Kohei Nawa and Pu Ji-hyun. Now, I think your question is on the links or the relationship between technology, society, artists, and artworks. And I think this content is taken from an interview by Kohei Nawa about her work called Pixel. This interview basically deals with, in the era of digital world that we live in, what kind of relationship we have formed with other elements. From what I know, Kohei Nawa is well versed in phenomenology, and her research work on phenomenology is also included in doctoral thesis of hers, from what I know. Anyways, Kohei Nawa is very interested in the landscape of perception that can only be experienced through relationship and the experience that comes out of it. And Kohei goes further to understand how this relationship changes with the development of technology. So that's what Kohei Nawa is dealing with. And from a bigger perspective, as our technology becomes more advanced and complicated, as you mentioned, ethical or moral issues are bound to surface. For example, there's a bioart, which deals with DNA, and there's also the machine life. It uses creatures in the program. I'm not saying the creatures are anti-life or anti-ethical, but as we see in the examples of bioart, or some of the artworks that actually uses human bodies as materials, they're at the very border between ethics and arts. These are the very experimental arts. And because of the nature of this type of work, it's hard to put them on the stage and openly discuss about it. But from what I think, these kind of works on the verge or the border are the ones that actually deal with the problems of human life and arts. They're heavy in their contents, and sometimes it's difficult to directly respond to the questions raised from these works. For example, like you mentioned, using carcass as materials, or sometimes the artists actually hurt the human bodies during their performance. But however, when we observe the development of sculpture in a more extended perspective, in a relationship, this kind of performance or actions should also be embraced. This is my opinion. Now, even if it's an artistic act with ethical issues, or in fact, especially those with ethical issues, should be something that we have more serious discourse about. We need to think more deeply into this and take these issues very seriously so that we can gather our wisdom to find answers to this new trend. I wish to have introduced you some more specific examples, but I'm sure we will have future opportunities to do just that. Anyways, to briefly answer your question, I think we definitely need to actively respond to the changes that we face today, which now expands to the ethical front. But at the same time, we need to make sure to form serious discourse on this. And this should not be confined in the sculpture field, but should be applied to overall art. So that is my opinion, and thank you very much for your question.
We've heard the discussion question as well as the response. Thank you, Professor In-suk Nam, for the presentation, and the discussant Yuta Sugihara for the question. Now, last but not least, the 10th presentation will be given by Ms. Chung Soo-kyung, professor at Cha University Art Therapy Department, as well as art critic. The title of the presentation is An Inquiry on the Matter of Self-Identity and Dispossession in the Case of Louise Bourgeois.
안녕하세요. 차이과학대학교 미술치료학과
Good afternoon,
정수경입니다.
I'm Chung
오늘
Soo-kyung and I'm
창원
professor at
조각
Chai
비엔날레 국제학술
University Art
컨퍼런스를
Therapy
맞아
Department. My
저는 루이스
presentation for
부르주아의
Changwon Sculpture
작업에서
Biennale
자아
International
정체성과
Conference
기술 위의
is titled
문제라는
An
주제로
Inquiry on the
발표를
Matter of
하고자 합니다.
Self-Identity and
발표는
Disposition in the Case of
발표문을
Louise Bourgeois.
읽으면서
I'd like to
관련된
read my
이미지,
paper while
작품
showing
이미지를
you some
보여드리는
of those
방식으로
images.
진행하겠습니다. 전 세계
The
7개
most
미술관에 연구
representative work
저장되어
of Louise
있고
Bourgeois,
20개
which is
이상의
permanently
미술관에서
housed in
전시력을
7
가진
museums
루이스
around the world
부르주아의
and has
대표작이
been exhibited
지금
in more
보시는
than 20 museums, is
1999년작
Mamong, made
마망입니다.
in 1999.
전통적
Can we
조각의
interpret this
전형으로
work
내세울
as an
예술세계
avant-garde
역술, 압도적
non-sculpture,
위용을
even though
자랑하는
it
이
boasts an
작품을
overwhelming
과연
prestige
전적인
that can be
비조각으로서
presented
어떻게
as
평가할 수
epitome
있을까요?
of traditional
이를
sculpture?
가늠하려면 먼저
To
비조각
do this,
따져봐야 하겠습니다. 이번 학술대회의 기조발제에서 제시된 비조각 개념의 비는 조각을 향한 것이라기보다는 조각에 대한
we must
고정관념을
first
향한
consider the
것이라고
concept of
고정관념을
non-sculpture,
향한
the
것이라고
non
보아야
of the
합니다.
non-sculpture
즉
concept presented in
비조각이란
the keynote
나름의
presentation
이유와
at the conference
주제의식으로
is
인해
not directed
과습정의
towards sculpture,
과습적
but
매체와
toward a
작업
fixed
방식의
idea of
한계를
sculpture.
뛰어넘어
In other words,
정체성이
non-sculpture
회신된
is a
조각을
concept that
기존의
contrasts the
조각과
conventional
대비시키는
sculpture
개념인
to a
것입니다.
sculpture whose identity has
따라서
been
비조각은
reformed beyond the
고전적인
limits
조각
of
관념에 갇히지
conventional
않고
media
유연하게
and working
확장된
methods due to
조각의
its own
모든
reasons and
양상,
sense of
제
subject
양상에 대한
matter.
통칭의 다름
Therefore,
아니라고 하겠습니다.
non-sculpture is no less than a generic
그렇다면
term
비조각의
for the
외형은
shape of the
필연적으로
sculpture
다원적이며
flexibly
그
extended
다원성은
without being trapped
역설적으로
in the classical
가장
sculpture concept.
고전적이고
Then the
기념비적인
external
주형성까지도
appearance of the
포함할 수 있게
non-sculpture
됩니다.
is necessarily
바로
plural,
여기에 마망의
and its
원론적인
plurality can
비조각의 가능성이
paradoxically include
있습니다.
even the most classical and monumental
마망을
sculptures.
비조각으로 규정한다는
Here
것은
lies
곧
the
마망이
possibility for
조각에
Mamong
대한
to be a
고정관념을
non-sculpture
저항하는
in principle.
부정의 맥락에서 탄생했다고
Defining
보는
Mamong as
것입니다.
non-sculpture comes from the context
그렇다면
of
마망은
negation,
도대체 어떤
resisting
고정관념을
stereotypes
어떻게
about sculpture.
저항했다는 것일까요? 앞서
So, what stereotypes
비조각에서
and how did
저항의
Mamong
이유는
resist?
주제의식이었습니다. 마망의
Let us
주제의식은
remember
제목에
that the reason
필자적으로
for
담겨 있습니다.
non-sculpture's resistance
엄마,
discussed earlier
엄마인
was the
모성.
awareness of the
그런데 이
theme.
주제를
The theme of
형상화하기
Mamong
위한
is
부조화의
embodied in the
선택은
title,
하필
Mother, being a
어미입니다.
mother, motherhood. But the choice to
물론
visualize
모든
this theme is a
생명체에
spider.
생물체에 어미 개체가 있고 거미도 예외는 아니겠지만 정당화를 위한 궤변적 정당화 말고
Of
우리가
course, there are
모성이라는
mothers
기표를
in
통해
all living
자연스럽게
things,
떠올리게 될
and
기회를
spiders
생각해보고
are no
또다시
exception.
그 기이와 연결될 수
But let's
있을
think of the
다른
chance
자연스러운
we will
기표들을
naturally
떠올려볼
think
때
of through the sign of
어미가
motherhood,
떠오르는 일은
not
얼마나
through the
될지 생각해
justification
볼
for the
필요가
sake
있습니다.
of
여기서
justification.
일차적이고
And when you think
즉각적인
of another
기호학적
natural
미끄러짐이
sign that could be
일어납니다.
linked to this,
모성이라는
what are the
주제에 대한
chances of a
사회
spider
통념,
coming into your
고정관념이
mind?
소통되는데 브레이크가 걸리는
Here, the
것입니다.
primary and immediate semiotic slippage
그렇다면 이제
takes place.
우리는 작가가 모성을 위한
The
기표로
fixed
왜 하필
idea about
거미를
motherhood
택했는지,
is not
그래서
immediately
거미로 발화되는
communicated.
모성의 기는 어떤 것인지 물어야 합니다.
We have to ask why the artist chose spider as a symbol for
언어적
motherhood,
기표와
and
감각적
what
기표
kind of
사이의
meaning
간극.
for motherhood is
언어적
generated
기표가
by
발화하는
the
기와
spider.
작품 조형이 산출하는 감각 지각적 경험 사이의 간극에서 작은
When we don't
실마리도
miss the
놓치지
thread
않고 쫓을
of
때
clue for the
우리는
gap between
루이스
verbal
부르주아의
and
미궁
sensuous
같은
signs and
길고
the gap between
복잡다단한
linguistic
작업
signs and
세계에서
sensory experiences
비조각성의
produced
가능성을
by the
발견하게
creation
될
of works,
것입니다.
we will find the
그 첫
possibility of
실마리는
non-sculpture
부르주아의
in the
유년기에
long, complex world of
있었던
Louise Bourgeois.
그녀가 평생의 작업을 통해 매 순간 재대면하여 치유하고 카타르시스를
The
느끼고자
first clue
했다는
would
그
be the moment of
충격과
shock and
두려움의
fear
순간일 것입니다.
that Bourgeois experienced in her
1922년
childhood. She sought to
이후
heal herself
약
and
10여
feel
년간
catharsis by facing
부르주아의
that
어머니인
moment
희나의 지속 때
during her life's
아버지와
work.
입주 가정교사 사이의 불륜을
The shock of
목도하게
Bourgeois was
되었을
a
때
complex one
부르주아가
when
받은
she
충격은
witnessed an
복합적인
affair between her
것이었다고
father
합니다.
and her resident tutor,
1차적이고
which
직접적인
lasted for
분노는
10 years
아버지를
since
향한 것이고
1922, while
이것은
her mother turned a blind
남자
eye.
아버지의 파괴에서 고스란히 드러나지만
The
남편의 불륜을
primary and
알고도
direct
묵인
anger
방조했던
is
어머니의
directed
태도도
at the father,
부르주아에게
which
묻지
was
않은
later
혹은 더 깊은 충격과 상처를 남겼던 것으로 보입니다. 이후 작업에까지
revealed
이어지는
in the
그녀의
1974
작업에
work
있어서의
Destruction of the
가장
Father.
중요한
But the
주제가
mother's
여성으로서의
silent
자아
negligence about
정체성을
her husband's
관점에서
affair seems to
표면에
have left
드러난
as much
아버지에 대한
shock
분노
and scar
이면에
to Bourgeois.
어머니의 태도로 인해
Given
부르주아의
that
내면의
the
의식이
more important
크게
theme of her
파괴되고
work leading leading
말씀을
up to her
짐작할 수 있기
subsequent
때문입니다.
work is her
방조와 무기능으로
self-identity
인해
as a
억제되고
woman.
회피되었던 어린
It can be
부르주아의
assumed
상처는
that
1930년
behind her external
어머니의 죽음과
anger toward her
부르주아의
father,
자살 시도를 통해
bourgeois consciousness and values were
재소환되게 됩니다.
greatly damaged because of her mother's
이런
attitude.
트라우마의
The
재소환과
young
함께
bourgeois' wounds, which
미국의
had been
사회심리학자인
suppressed and
로네
avoided by her
자노프
mother's connivance,
불만은
came
기존의
out
다른
as a
일반과들의 연구보다
trauma
한 단계
by the death of her
추상화된
mother in
범주에서 그
1932
원인을
and her own
설명합니다.
suicide attempt.
그녀가 보는 트라우마의
American
원인은
social
다름 아닌
psychologist
삶의 핵심
Ronnie
가정들의
John Goldman
파괴입니다.
approaches these traumas in a more
그녀에 따르면 인간은
abstract
세계의
category
유물성,
than
삶의
conventional
의미있음,
studies.
자신의 가치 있음이라는 세 가지 핵심 가정들 혹은 근본적 신념을
According to
가지고
her, the
살아가는데
cause of a
이것이
trauma
어떤
is
사건에
none
의해
other
돌이킬 수
than
없을
the
만큼
destruction
파괴되는
of core
트라우마가 생긴다는
assumptions in
것입니다.
life. According to her, human beings
자노프
live with
불만의
three
이론은
key assumptions
부르주아의
or
행보를
fundamental beliefs:
설명하는데 매우
benevolence of the
적절해
world,
보입니다.
meaning of life,
어머니의
and
죽음
having
이후
self-worth.
부르주아는 소르본
And if one of
대학에서
those
수학과
is
기하학을
irrevocably
전공했는데
destroyed by
나중에 그
any event,
이유를
the result is
불안정한
trauma.
삶 속에서
John F. Bowman's
불변하는
theory
안정성을
seems
찾고 싶었기
appropriate to
때문이라고
explain
밝혔습니다.
bourgeois
이걸
behavior.
뒤집으면 그녀가
After her mother's
겪은
death,
그
Bourgeois
경악스러운
briefly
사건이
studied
그녀
mathematics
삶의
and
근본적
geometry at
신념을
Sorbonne
파괴하여
University,
그녀에게
which later
극도의 불안을
revealed that the
초래했음을
reason was
알
to
수 있습니다.
seek immutable stability.
그리고
This
기하학적인
proves
것에 대한
that the
선호는
shocking and
보르주아의
appalling
초기
event she went through
드로잉들에서도
has
많이
destroyed the
드러납니다.
fundamental beliefs of
그러나
her life,
그녀는 곧
bringing her extreme
수학과 기하학처럼
anxiety.
추상된 관념적 안정성에 기대는 것이 크게 도움되지
And
않음을
her
깨닫고
preference
미술로 전공을 바꾸었으며 이후 페르낭 레제를 통해
for
조각의
geometry is also
재능을
shown a
발견하게
lot
됩니다.
in her early drawings. But
트라우마
she
치료의
soon
관점에서 볼
realized
때 부르주아가
that
미술로
leaning
전공을
on
바꾼 것
abstract
자체가 매우
ideological
중요합니다.
stability like
트라우마를
math
겪은
and
사람들은
geometry
대체로 원
would
사건에
not
대해
help,
억제하고 회피하는 경향을 보이며 그것이
and
우회적으로
changed
불안과
her
가혹성
major to
증후군의
art,
증상으로
and was
되돌아오는데
recognized for her
이러한 트라우마를
talent
치료하는 데
in
있어서
sculpture through
결정적인
Fernand
조건이
Léger.
원 사건과의 재대면이기 때문입니다.
From the point of view of trauma treatment,
부르주아에게
it is
미술은 어린
very
시절
important
부모님의
in
테니스리
itself that
수선 사업을
bourgeois
했던
changed her major to
기억과
art.
내밀히
Those who
연결되어
have
있는
suffered
것이고
from trauma
그렇기에
generally
미술을
tend to
한다는 것
restrain and
자체가
evade the
회피해온
original
과거의
event,
상처,
which
충격,
result in
공포와 다시
anxiety and
마주한다는 것을
over-awareness. And the
뜻했습니다.
decisive condition for treatment
1938년
is
파리에서 만난 미국의
refacing the
비평가이자
traumatic event.
미술사학자인 로버트
For
골드워터와 결혼한
bourgeois,
후
art was linked to
미국으로
her
이주한
early memories
부르주아는
of
이후
helping her
미술을
parents
통해
repair
과거의
tapestries as a
트라우마와
child, so
재대면하면서
doing
자신의
art
상처,
itself
충격,
meant
공포를
facing back the
이해하고
wounds, shocks,
재의미화하는
and
자기
fears of the
치유
past that
활동을
she had
수행하게 됩니다.
avoided. After
하지만
marrying Robert
아버지의
Goldwater,
그림과 어머니의
American
미련이
art critic and
미화되는
historian,
가정이란 세계,
whom she met
결혼의
in
의미, 그리고 그
1938,
안에서 여성의 가치에 대한
Bourgeois
근본적
moved to the
신념이
US and she
쉽게 해결될 수
underwent
있는 문제는
self-healing through
아닙니다.
art, understanding and
안정된
giving new
결혼
meanings
생활과
to her
남편의
wounds,
지지에도
shocks,
깨어진
and
신념의 문제가
fears.
부르주아를 사로잡고 있었다는 점이 1940
However, with the destruction of
1947년에
family due to
제작된
father's
뻔뻔 외동
infidelity and
연작에서
mother's silence,
확인됩니다.
it was not
이
easy to
연작에서 눈에
resolve the
띄는
problem
부분은
with the
나체로
meaning of
그려진
marriage
여성의
and the
얼굴이
fundamental
집으로
belief in
대체되었다는
women's
점과
values.
팔은 아주
It can be
퇴화되거나
seen in her
아예 없다는 점입니다.
1946 to 47
얼굴은
Femme Maison
누군가의
series that the
정체성을
broken
대변합니다.
faith was
그것이
gripping
집으로
bourgeois
대체되었다는 것은 당시 여성의 정체성이 housewife, 즉 집,
despite
가정과
her
아내라는 자리에
stable
의해
marriage
규정될
and
뿐
husband's
고유한
worth.
개인자에 의해
What is
규정될
notable
수
about this
없었음을
series is that the naked
뚜렷하게
woman's face
보여줍니다.
has been replaced by
또한
a house, and that her
가정 내
arms
아내의
have
자리를
either
잃을 경우
deteriorated or
자신의 정체성과
disappeared
가치 자체가
altogether.
소멸될
The
것이라는
face
두려움과
represents someone's
그럼에도 대안적
identity.
해법을 찾을
It
수
was
없어 느끼는
replaced by a
무력감이
house, a bitter
퇴화되거나
reminder that the
아예
identity
사라진
of
딸에
a
의해
woman at the
암시되고
time
있는
was
것으로
defined by a
해석되곤 합니다.
housewife, a place of family and wife, but could not be
그러나
defined by
1960년대
a
중반
person's
들어
own
부르주아의
self.
조각 작업에는 중요한 변화가 생깁니다. 그
It
전까지
can
주로
also
나무를
be
이용하여 볼기성
interpreted that
수직적
the
구조물을
fear of
만들던
identity and value
방식에서
itself being
석고나
extinguished
라텍스
if
같은
one
부드러운
loses the
재료를
wife's
사용하여
place at home,
흥얼거리거나
and the
무너져
sense of
내리는 듯한
helplessness,
구조물을
feeling impossible to
만들곤
find a
했는데요.
solution, is
이를
being
통해
hinted at
공포,
by an arm
무너지기
that
쉽고
has
통제력을 상실한
degenerated or
상태
disappeared.
등을 시각화할 수 있는
In the
조형을
mid-1960s,
모색했습니다.
important changes
그런
occur
면에서
in
이
her
시기 부르주아의
sculptures,
조각은
from the method of
전통적인 조각의
making
관습에
straight-line
저항하는
structures
전형적인
using wood
비조각의
to
단계에
using
들어선 셈이
soft
됩니다.
materials such as
이와
plaster
같은
and
비조각의
latex,
맥락에서
exploring
1974년
sculptures
그녀는
that
자신에게
visualize
뿌리
fear,
깊은 불안과
collapse,
좌절감의 원인을
and loss
아버지에 대한 분노를
of control.
공격적인 조용성으로 표출한 아버지의
and her
있습니다.
experiment on this started.
작품 한가운데에는 어찌 보면 침대 같고
During
달리
this
보면
period,
식탁 같은
bourgeois
평평한 판이
sculpture
있고
entered the
그
typical
위에는 원래 모습을
non-sculpture
알아볼 수
phase,
없을 만큼
resisting
갈갈이
the
찢긴
traditional practice of
아마도
sculpture.
어떤
In
동물의
this
몸통에
context of
파편이 듯한 붉은
non-sculpture, she
살덩이들이
produced
즐비하게 되어
Destruction of the
있습니다.
Father in
석고 라텍스
1974,
천의 조합으로
in which
만들어진
she
이 작품의
expressed her
살고양은
anger
붉은
at her
조명에 한층
father.
강화됩니다. 빰은 매종 연작을 통해 자신의 불안의 실체와 대면한 부르주아가 그 부정적
who gave
감정과
her
고통의
deep-rooted
원인을 당해
anxiety
분노와
and
공격성을
frustration
표현하고
in an aggressive
그렇게
form.
함으로써
In the
일종의
middle of the
테마의식을
work,
향하고자
there
했을
is a
때
flat board,
정통적인
which is
조각의
like a
재료도
bed or a
또한
table,
작품의 구조도
and on
그러한
top of
목적에
it is
부합하지
a
않았으므로
mass of
그녀는
red
그전까지
flesh that
자신이
is torn as
사용했던
if the body
재료와
of an
비법
animal is
모두를
ripped into
버리고
pieces.
완전히 다른 방향으로
Made of
나아가는
a combination
자기
of
부정과
plaster,
극복을
latex, and
이루어냈던
cloth, the
것입니다.
work's gruesomeness is further
이와
reinforced by
같은
red lights.
아버지의 파괴 같은
Bourgeois, who
유형으로
faced with the
루이스
reality
부르주아의
of her
비조각을
anxiety in
설명하는
the Femme
것은
Maison
아마
series,
조금 더
this
쉬운
time
일이 될
expressed anger and
것입니다.
aggression
하지만
towards the cause of her negative
그녀의
feelings and pain.
비조각
And in
경로는
doing so,
그렇게
neither the
단순하지
traditional
않고 여기서
material
멈추지도
nor the
않습니다.
structure was suitable for that
아버지의
purpose.
파괴는 분명
So
내면에
she
억제되어
achieved
있던 분노와
self-denial and
공격성을
came over it, moving
조형의
in a
활동을 통해 물질 대상에
completely different
표출함으로써
direction by
내면의
abandoning
불안과
all the
부정적
materials
감정을
and
해소하는
techniques she had previously
카타르시적인
used.
작업입니다. 하지만 그런
It
작업을
would
한다고
be
해서
easier to
붕괴된
describe
신념
Louis
자체가
Bourgeois'
복원되지는 않습니다.
non-sculpture with the
그런데
types of
트라우마를
destruction of
극복하기
the
위해서는
father,
무엇보다도
but
깨어진 핵심 가정들, 근본 신념들을
her
대체할 수 있는
non-sculpture
새로운
journey
가정들과
does not
신념의
stop
수립이
here.
필수적입니다. 이때 중요한
Destruction
것은
of the father was a
프레임
cathartic
속으로
work
현실에 일어난 일들을 통합시키는
for
일입니다.
her to relieve internal
트라우마는 곧 이
anxiety and
통합의
negative emotions
실패가
by
만들어낸
expressing
결과이기
anger and
때문입니다.
aggression that had been
따라서
contained inside through
트라우마를
sculpting.
치유하는
However,
과정에서는
such work does not restore the
새로운
broken
가정과
faith.
신념을
To overcome
수립하되
the trauma,
일어난
it
일이
is
통합될 수
essential
있는
to
도식과 프레임을
reestablish the
마련하는
broken
것이
core
관건이
assumptions,
됩니다.
new assumptions that
스스로가
can
여성이고
replace
아내이고
fundamental
어머니였기
beliefs.
때문에 부르주아에게 더
What's important
절실했던
here
새로운 도식은 아마도
is to
어머니의
integrate the
다소
reality into
무책임하고
what's happening in the
강조적인
frame.
태도를 이해할 수
This is
있는
because the
도식이었을
trauma
것입니다.
is the result of the failure of this
부르주아에게 이러한 새로운
integration.
도식
Therefore,
수립의
in the
자양분을
process
제공했던
of
것은
establishing new
작가이자 아내이자
assumptions
세
and
아들의
beliefs,
어머니로
the
다중
key
역할을
is to
수행하여
have a
살아왔던 그
schematic
자신의
and
삶이었을 것입니다.
framing in which what
2009년의
has happened can be integrated.
삶을 바라보는
Since
그녀의
she was a
시선 혹은
woman,
가족의
wife,
의미를
and mother
압축하는
herself,
그녀의 가족
the new
초상입니다.
schematics that
그녀는
bourgeois
아들 셋
desperately needed
남편을
would
포함한
have
다섯
been one
식구로
that could help her understand her mother's
살았는데요.
irresponsible
이 작품을
attitude.
보면 12폭의 그림 중
It
어느
was
한
her own life
가지에서도
as an
다섯
artist,
송이
wife,
꽃이
and
모두
mother
활짝
of three
피어나지
sons
못하고
that provided
있습니다.
her with the
이는 매우
nourishment
의미심장합니다.
for establishing
하나의
these
줄기를
new
공유하는 가족
schematics.
공동체로 살면서
Fleur,
내가 먼저 활짝 피어나고 싶은 스스로의 욕망과 또 그러기 위해서는 가족의 나머지 구성원들이
from
쪼그라들어야
2009,
한다는 사실에
is a
대한 명확한
portrait of her
인식은
family
갈등을
that
초래합니다.
compresses
그리고
the
그런
meaning of
갈등
the
가운데
family
비로소
or her gaze at life. Her family
결코
composed of three
관념처럼
sons and
이상적이지
husband,
않은
so
남는
5 family members.
가족이라는 것,
And it is
또 아버지가
significant to
된다는
note
것,
that
어머니가
none
된다는
of the
것,
5 flowers
아들이라는 것,
bloom at
딸이라는 것의
once on
자리와
any of the
관계
12
역학을
stems.
체감할 수 있게 되었을 것입니다.
Living as a
애초에
community of
세계
families sharing a
삶의
single
의미는
stem,
스스로의
there
가치에
must be a
대한 핵심
conflict
가정이란
between
것은 매우
one's own
모호하고
desire to bloom
매우
and a clear
단순한 기본
understanding of
틀,
the fact that
기본
the rest
가정에
of the
불과한
family must
것인지라
shrink to do so.
그것은 삶의
And the
과정에서 실제로
dynamics of
일어나는
family,
일들을
father,
겪으면서
mother, son,
끊임없이
and
수정되어
daughter's
교체되어야
position
합니다. 그런데
and
부르주아의 경우 너무 어린 시절, 너무
relationship
과격한 일을 통해 수정이 아닌 전폭적인
can never
무너짐을
be
겪은
so
것이
ideal.
트라우마를 가져온 것입니다. 부르주아는 이러한 무너짐에 맞서 평생 자신의 어린 시절 트라우마를 되새김질하면서
In the first
프레임을
place,
수정하여
the key
자기 삶의
assumption
현실적
of
경험들을
benevolence
통합해
of the
나갔으며
world, meaning
또
of
그
life,
가운데
and having
기존의
self-worth
가정에
is just a vague
수정되어
and simple
망가졌던
basic assumption
여성,
which
아내,
must be
어머니의
constantly
정체성을
modified in the
통합하여
course of life.
재정립하였습니다.
But in the
이러한
case
정체성
of
재정립에서 가장
bourgeois, the
단순한
problem is
수준의
that she
기본 가정들의
experienced the
현실적 경험을
collapse
통합하기
rather
위해서
than
필요한
a
것은
modification by the event too
필수도
radical
당위도
for young bourgeois
아니면서도
to process.
사회적 규범과 관습의
Against this
이름으로
collapse,
개인들에게
bourgeois
내면화되어 있는
re-established establish the
가정이나
female
신념들,
wife-mother
다시
identity,
말해 삶의
which was
고정관념들을
projected into the
과감하게 버리는
existing
일입니다.
family and destroyed by
정체성
modifying
이론가인
the
주디스
frame
버틀러는
while
이를
reflecting
비소유
on her childhood
디스포지션이라고
trauma
명명했습니다.
throughout her life.
마망은 부르주아가 자신의 트라우마와
What is
끊임없이
needed to
대적해
integrate real-world
대면하면서 이
experiences
소유
into the
비소유의
simplest
과정을 얼마나
basic
치열하게
assumptions
수행했는지를
in the
고스란히
reestablishment of
보여주는
identity
목작입니다.
is to boldly
마망을 잘 체험할 수
abandon any
있도록 유도한 두
assumptions
개나
or
개마의
beliefs
동선을
or
따라가면
stereotypes of life that are
미술관 동물
internalized to
둘레로나 보행로는
individuals in the name
마망을
of social
관통에 이어져
norms and
있습니다.
customs, both
따라서
neither
보행로를 따라
essential
걷는
nor
사람은
basic.
자연스럽게
Identity
마망의
theorist Judith
정가운데
Butler
알집 아래
called
서게
it
됩니다.
disposition.
거기서 올려다 보면
Mamong is a masterpiece that shows how
알집을
fiercely
품은
bourgeois has
몸통을 중심으로
carried out
방사형으로
this
둥글게
process of
둘러싼 8개의
ownership
길고
and
가는 다리가
non-ownership
하나의
while
거대한 방
constantly
혹은 집을
reinterpreting
이룹니다.
her trauma.
부르주아는
Let's
거미
take a
그리고
look at
엄마를
Guggenheim
집을 짓고
Bilbao's
지키는 존재로
installation,
보았습니다.
which leads us to
한편으로는 엄마의
experience
품에 들어온
Mamong to the
듯한 느낌.
fullest.
그런데
The
문득
walkway around the
가운데선
museum's
나를 둘러싼
building runs
8개의
through
다리가
Mamong, and the
감옥의
visitors
실탄발처럼
naturally find
느껴지기도
themselves
합니다.
standing at the
사랑의
center
이름으로
of
자식을 품에
Mamong.
가두고 제어하려는 어미의
If you look
욕구가
up from
환기되는
there,
순간 멀리서 보았을 때에는 그저 가늘고 휘청거리는 듯 연약해 보였던 거미의 다리가 실은 강철 혹은 강철과 청동의 합금으로 만들어진 어마어마하게 강력한 것이었다는 사실이 새삼
8
각성되고
long, slender
그것이
legs, which are
연약하기는 커녕
radial around
엄청난
the
공격무기,
egg-bearing body,
누군가를 찔러
form
죽일
a
수도 있는
huge
무기일
room
수
or
있다는
house.
연상이 이어집니다.
Bourgeois saw the
자기
spider
자식을
and
보호하기
mother as the
위해서라면
one that builds a home
다른
and
대상을
protects it.
무자비하게 공격할 수도
Underneath
있는
Mamong,
존재.
it feels like you're
이런
in your
관념은
mother's
우리가
arms.
엄마,
Suddenly, the 8
어머니가
legs
아니고
surrounding
아기
you
때 용어죠.
feel
마마,
like the steel bars of
엄마라는
prison. The moment the
기표로
mother's desire
환기하게
to
되는
lock her
1차적
child in her arms
기관은
and
다소
control
거리가
in the
멀지요.
name of love
하지만 잘
evokes a
생각해보면
new
이런
awakening of the
모성도
fact that the
실제하는
spider's legs, which
양상입니다.
seemed thin and
어떤
unsteady
엄마도
at a distance,
오직
were
따뜻하고
incredibly
선하고 밝고
powerful,
너른
made of
마음으로
steel and
존재하지
bronze alloys,
않습니다.
and could be a highly dangerous
버틀러는
weapon.
이처럼
A
상반되고
weapon
모순되는 양상이
that
혼재되고
could stab
비고착적으로
someone.
유동하는 불안정성이야말로 소유 비소유의 역동이자 불가피한 젠더 정체성의 특질이라고 보았습니다.
It is an entity
놀라운
that can
점은
mercilessly
고정관념을
attack
깨뜨리는
other
이러한
targets to protect
모성의
its own
불안정성과
children.
복합성을
All of
부주어가
these ideas
서로
are the
다른 조형에
realistic
의해서가
aspects of
아니라
motherhood,
하나의
which
단일한
are
형상
somewhat
조형
far
속에
from the primary
녹여내었다는
notions or
점입니다.
stereotypes evoked with the
발표문의
sign of
서두에서
mom,
저는
not
마망의
mother.
고전적 형상이
No
이중의
mother
부정과
would
자기 극복에 의한
only have a
지조감임을
warm,
주장한 바
good,
있습니다.
bright, and generous heart.
부르주아와 비슷한 시기에 주체의 박탈이나 비결정성을 주제로 한 많은
That would be
작가들은
the truth.
키키
Butler
스미스라든지 이런 작가들이죠.
saw this
결단된 신체,
conflicting
파편화 등을
and
조형 원리로 삼은
contradictory
비조각
pattern
작업들을
of
많이 했습니다.
instability as a
그런데
dynamic
비슷한
between
시기의
ownership
부르주아는
and
그런 작업을 하지 않고
non-ownership
오히려 그의
and a
역행에
natural property
오히려
of an
단일하고 유기적인
inevitable
형상으로
gender
나아가는데
identity.
이는
What's
돌아가는
surprising
행위가
is that
아닙니다.
bourgeois
그녀의 선택은 복고가 아닌
amalgamated the
부정의
instability
부정이자
and
6,
complexity of
70년대에
motherhood
자신이 수행했던
that break
아버지와의
stereotypes
파괴와 같은
into a
비조각에 대한
single shape.
또 한 번의 극복으로 보아야 할 것입니다. 그녀가 극복한 것은 아버지의 파괴와 같은 70년대 이후 페미니즘에서 종종
At
보게
the
되는
beginning of
파편화된
the
신체라는 조형
presentation,
원리의
I argued
한계입니다.
that the classic form of Mamong
여성
was a
혹은 우리 모두의
non-sculpture
정체성이 파편화되고
originating from
분열적으로
double
접합되어
negation
있다는
and
고문과
self-overcoming.
주제의식은
Around the
파편화된
same time
신체를
as
사용하는
bourgeois, many
작가들과
artists, such
부르주아에게
as Kiki Smith,
공통입니다.
did many
하지만
non-sculptures works
파편화된 신체 조형은
on the
충격
subject of
요법으로서는
deprivation
효과적이나
or
심적 공감을
amorphosis,
얻기에
using
한계가
cut bodies,
있습니다.
fragmentation, etc.,
인간을
as a
환기시키는
formative principle. In
엔트로포몰픽
reverse,
신체나
bourgeois
형상이
rather
다른
moves
조각은
toward a
부득불
single and
우리의 물적
organic shape,
현상과
which should not
공명함을
be called
매개로 심적
returning.
공감을 얻기
Her
마련인데
choice should be
파편화된
seen as a
신체는
negation of
그런
negation,
공감을
not a
얻기
return to the past,
어렵고
and another
작가의
overcoming
주제의식을
of her non-sculptures in the
미술작품에
60s and
적합한 감각
70s,
지각 경험을 통해
such as destruction
전달하기보다는
of the father.
인지 경험과
What she
사유의 힘을
overcame
통해
is
전달하기
the
때문입니다.
limitation of the
이는
principle
주제를
of
강조하는
sculpture,
현대
a
미술의 고질적
fragmented body
문제점이기도
often
합니다.
seen in feminism since the
비록
1970s, such as
내적으로는 무더기와
destruction of the
같이
father.
이리저리
The
접합된
agony and
불안정한
awareness
정체성을
of the
지녔을지라도
issue that the
우리의
identity of
겉모습은
women is
대체로
fragmented
멀쩡합니다.
and divided
이와
are
같은
shared
흐릿동안 자아
by
정체성을
the
작품으로
artists who
구현하려고
use
한다면
fragmented bodies
어떻게 해야
and
할까요?
bourgeois. However,
아마도 6,
fragmented body is
70년대의
effective as a
파편화된
shock therapy,
비조각은 답이 아닐
but there is a
것입니다.
limit to gaining
그렇다고
emotional
근대까지
sympathy.
지속되었던 데카르트식
Anthropomorphic
주체와 상응하는
sculptures that evoke
단일성에
human
기반한
beings
조각으로의 회귀도
inevitably
답은
gain
아닙니다.
emotional sympathy
루이스
through
부르주아의
the
선택은
medium of
일견
resonance
유기적으로
with our
보이나
physical
그 유기적
existence.
조형의
But the
체험이 유기성을
fragmented
스스로
bodies
해체하고
are difficult
그럼으로써
to
내적
gain
파열과
such
파편화,
empathy,
비결정성과
and they
불안정성,
deliver the
양가성을
artist's
드러내는
theme learn through cognitive and reason rather than through sensory perception experiences suitable for artworks. This is a chronic problem of contemporary
여기까지
art that
저의 발표를
emphasizes
마치도록
the theme.
하겠습니다.
Even if
감사합니다.
internally we have an unstable identity that is joined together like rags, our appearance is largely intact. If you are trying to embody this double-faced self-identity into a work, what should you do? Fragmented non-sculptures in the 60s and 70s are not the answer. However, the return to the sculpture based on unity, which is equivalent to the Cartesian subject that lasted until modern times, is not the answer either. The choice of bourgeois seems organic at first glance, but the experience of organic sculpting disassembles the organic nature by itself, revealing internal ruptures, fragmentation, amorphosis, instability, and ambivalence, and the rare masterpiece that reveals all these is Mamang. This concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chung Soo-kyung. This was a comprehensive presentation on the artworks of Louise Bourgeois, in particular on the sculptural expression of non-sculpture in the vein of artistic theme through women as a main agent. Now, let us hear what the discussion question would be. Ms. Esther Stoker from Italy will pose some discussion questions to the presenter. She's also one of the participating artists of this year's Biennale.
As Professor Soo-kyung Chung writes about the theme of non-sculpture in reference to the artistic work of Louise Bourgeois, her obsession and research with gender identity, I want to add that I think identity is anyhow the strongest subject to artists in general. All identity of signs and forms are in the end related to individuals and only fascinating because we are part of them and we can use them and we can question them. Identity is also a theme that often shows paradoxes as a form, as we cannot easily describe clear boundaries of that concept without a more complex understanding. I can strongly refer myself to the dismantling of the principle of oneness. In traditional sculpture, we often have the impression that there is the one thing that holds the truth, or at least meaning. I guess that we can no longer accept that there is one thing holding the truth. I think the concept of identity has much more become a structural or even fluid moment. I think this is because we as individuals only make sense in relation to others. I would like to refer to the term non-sculpture in a sense that forms revolt themselves and that our minds have a need to escape the fact of gravity. Yes, the forms are revolting themselves. These sculptures that I made come from the expression of my frustration, my anger, my despair, my revolt. They should show that there is an aesthetic quality expressing this. I like the scientific side of humankind, the analytical research, but I truly believe that we cannot control everything. I am also very interested in existential thoughts, in abstraction, in human experience. I try to combine these different ways of thinking to show the limits of the perfect systems that we create. I am convinced that we need to escape those strict systems to be someone and to develop the essential parts of our individualities. That is why I'm interested in relations and forms, as only with negotiating them we can succeed in our freedom and dignity as individuals. You could call it the geometry of existence. I have always tried to show order and disorder at the same time in my work. I was working on this idea, building collages and models of spaces. I was looking at how the rigid structure of the space interacted with anarchic or free open forms. I was struggling with it. I wanted to look at it from a completely new angle, but was not satisfied with the results. So I threw away some material, and as it is often the case, the crumbled piece that I threw in the garbage looked better than the model I had made. That's why I express these sculptures come from the expression of my frustration, my anger. There is beauty in the process and in the destruction. I use a very strict pattern in these sculptures to have a full contrast between the rigidity of the pattern and the crumbled shapes created by hand, by the human hand. Anyway, now I am somehow planning out my sculptures. But the nice thing is that I can actually never completely control the outcome. I can only assume it is going to look like what I have in my mind. It is one of these cases in art where we create situations that are at the same time precise and uncontrolled. About the paper, I love this material. It is a very old carrier of many great ideas. Paper is at the same time a very basic and simple material used in everyday life and a complex and historically significant material. A patient carrier of our expressions. And I very much like that fact. As you can see in the presentation at the Biennale, one sculpture is lifted. That is especially important to me because I feel that gravity is very limiting sometimes. As you can see in the presentation at the Biennale, one sculpture is lifted. That is especially important to me because I feel that gravity is very limiting sometimes. But I believe our minds are not like that. They are not so limited by gravity.
That was the discussion question from Ms. Esther Stoker. She posed a question that deals with a wide variety of topics that involve the concept of non-sculpture such as identity, existence, and artistic expression. Now, let us hear from the presenter, Ms. Chung Soo-kyung, and her response.
네, 에스더 스토커 씨의 질의에
Thank you very
감사드리고
much,
질의에
Ms.
대한
Esther Stoker, for
답변문을
your
읽도록
question, and
하겠습니다.
I would like to read my
질의자인
response.
스토커 씨는
It
비조각
seems that
개념에 관한
Stoker
발표 자료
shares my
연구가
criticism
자아
on the
정체성의 단일성 개념의
fictitious
지닌 허구성을
nature of
비판하는
oneness
지점에
of
주목하여
an identity,
공감하면서도
as illustrated in the
비조각으로서의
paper,
조각이
on the
지닌 형태
concept of
자체의 반란을
non-sculpture, while
간과한 것이
posing a
아닌가 하는
question
질문을 던진
whether
것
I
같습니다.
overlooked the revolt
다시
of
말해
the sculptural
결과물로서의
forms
조각은
as
조각가가
non-sculpture.
타인과
To
맺는
put another
관계에
way,
의해서만 영향을 받는
sculptures
것이
as an
아니라
outcome
조각가가
are
매체,
influenced
재료와
by
맺는
the
관계
in
그리고 그 가운데
relationship
재료 자체가
of a
발휘하는 힘에
sculptor
의해서도
with
영향을
others
받는다는
and
것입니다.
also with medium
이는 일찍이
materials,
아리스토텔레스가
especially the
예술 작품을
power
결정짓는 네
emanating
가지
from the
주요 변이
materials
중 하나로
themselves.
보았던
It is about a material
진료인의
agency,
다름
one
아니며
of the four elements
그것이
of art
결과적
proposed
작품
by
양상에
Aristotle in
영향을
earlier
미친다는
days.
것을
There is
부정할
simply
작가나
no
이론가는
artist or
없습니다.
theorist who would
그런
deny that
점에서
such
본
agency will
발표자
change the
역시
condition
질의자의
of the
질의
resulting
요점에
work. In this
동의합니다.
context, I fully
다만
understand
본
the
발표의
point of
초점은
Stoker's
루이스 부르조아의
question.
비조각의 양상이
Nevertheless,
왜
this
형태
presentation
자체의
sheds
반란
light on
방향이 아니라
explaining
오히려
how
그
Louise
역방향,
Bourgeois'
즉 6,
non-sculpture
70년대의
did not
비정형화
move towards
방향을
the
거슬러
direction of the revolt
마망의
of the
보다
forms
보수적이고
themselves, but
고전적으로
of
보일 수 있는
seemingly
조형으로 나아가는가를
conservative or classic
그녀의 자아
sculptures
정체성
such as
재정립
Maman
과정에서
against
벌어지는
the
비소유
non-stereotypes
행위를
in the
더해 설명하는 데
1960s or
있었기 때문에
1970s,
진료인
which is
혹은
exactly
형태
the
자체의
opposite of
반란에
the
관한
former
부분이
case. Through the act of
크게 주목되지
non-possession in
않았음을
rebuilding
밝히는
her
바입니다.
self-identity, therefore therefore, a material
진류인은
agency or the
불가피하나
revolt of the forms
그것이
themselves
얼마나
is
크게
not the main
작동하는가는
focus of
작가의
my
성향에 따라
presentation.
달라집니다.
The existence of a material agency is
스토커 씨의
inevitable,
경우는
but how
재료의
much impact
선택이나
it
작업
creates
방식이
depends on the
형태 자체의
disposition of an
반란을
artist.
허용하고
Stoker
더
allows
능동적으로
the forms
추구하는
to
경우라고
revolt
한다면
themselves
루이스
through the
부르주아의
choice of
경우는
materials or work
기하학과
styles,
수학에
while
관한
Louis
희고에서
Bourgeois'
보여지듯
passion for
안정성과
geometry and
질서의
mathematics
회복에
shows the
더 힘을
artist's
쏟는
tendency
작가였다고 할
towards the
수
restoration of
있습니다.
stability and
우리는
order.
그녀의 말년
This
작품들의
is demonstrated
상징적
and
양상에
captured well
의해서도
in
입증되는
her
바라고
symbolic works
생각합니다.
in her later years.
그럼에도 불구하고
That said,
스토커 씨의
Stoker's
지리를 통해 본
question made me
발표자는
ponder
향후 루이스
about the
부르주아가 지류를
possibility of
다루는
further
방식에 대해
study on
좀
how
더
Louise
연구해 볼
Bourgeois
필요가
plays
있겠다라는
with
생각을 하게
materials in her
되었습니다.
work.
지리에 다시 한번
Thank you very much
감사드립니다.
for
자,
your question.
이로써 지리에
This
대한 답변을
concludes.
Thank you for the response. Through Ms. Chung's presentation, an inquiry on the matter of self-identity and dispossession in the case of Louise Bourgeois, we were able to ponder about Bourgeois' artworks through the keyword non-sculpture. Thank you, Ms. Chung, for the presentation, and also thank you, Ms. Stoker, for the intriguing question. Over such a long period of time, we have experienced a wide range of discussions between 10 presenters and 10 discussants, which was very meaningful for art aesthetics and history. It surely was a hot debate on the concept of non-sculpture, which is the theme of this year's Changwon Sculpture Biennale. I hope the discussions help you understand modern art and enjoy it even more. Now, let me invite Mr. Kim Sang-ho, Artistic Director of Changwon Sculpture Biennale 2020, to the podium for the closing remark. It has been an honor to be the moderator of this wonderful event. Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen, for your participation. Now I'd like to ask Mr. Kim Sang-ho to the podium for the closing remark. I would like to express my sincere thanks to all of you for your participation and support for the Changwon Sculpture Biennale 2020's International Conference on Non-Sculpture Discourse and Contemporary Sculpture. Also, I'd like to thank our co-organizers, Changwon Cultural Foundation and Korean Society of Art and Media for making today possible. My big thanks also go out to the 10 presenters and 10 discussants in and out of Korea for their wonderful presentation and discussion. It surely is regrettable that we were not able to meet with all of you face to face and interact with each other and instead carry out this conference online. I wish that today's conference on non-sculpture discourse in contemporary sculpture will be an opportune discussion for the development of sculpture art. Once again, thank you for all your hard work and also thank you for watching the program. Thank you.